There's a lot of cool people in the world. There's a lot of cool things in the world. Did you ever notice that? A lot of cool people. There's a cool guy named Bob and Bill. There's also a pretty cool guy named Phil, but not everybody's cool. Some people isn't, but that's okay. I just wanna meet new people, Papa. Meet new people, Papa. And I wanna do so many cool things. Just wanna meet new people and do a lot of cool things. Yeah. Just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. I just wanna meet new people, and I wanna do so many cool things. I wanna meet people. You know, the world has a lot of cool things in it. Like this thing right here is pretty cool. This thing's kind of cool too. You ever think about how many cool things there are? There's over 1 million cool things in the world. Think about Michael Jordan, he's pretty cool. You ever think about maybe something from the 90s that you like a pair of jeans, or something like a Beanie Baby that's pretty cool. There's a lot of cool things in the world. You ever think about it? I just wanna meet new people and do so many cool things. I wanna do a lot of cool things. Like I said, there's so many cool things in the world, you gotta think about it. There's cookies that exist. There's also some things that are pretty neat, like Game Boys. Sony Disc Walkman, that's pretty cool.
I'm in love with a heartbeat. Don't you try to stop it. Throw your little hissy fit. 'Cause I'm in love with a I'm on elf ears. Feeling all your fears. Crying little man tears. Crying 'cause crying 'cause I'm a little bitch. A bitch with a sassy fit, a sassy little backpack, full of lemon spread, full of little lemon spread. Put on a little bit of lemon spread on lemon spread. Itty bitty, feeling no elf ears, feeling all of your fears. Willow versus evil witch. Nasty little son of a bitch. Willow versus evil witch. Sassy little bitch. Sassy little rat. Sassy little Frodo. Back in Elijah Wood. Back in where you know I should. Back a little limbus bed. Limbus. Like a little limbus bed. Goes good with mustard. Ooh, 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 ooh. Love with a hobbit. Don't you try to stop it. Throw a little hiss at it. 'Cause I'm in. Ooh.
Twerkers of the world unite. Twerkers of the world unite.
I want to live forever.
Damn. I see you on that Instagram, girl. In them yogurt pants.
Sexy little communist, working out the praxis. Ooh, sexy little socialist, like the bugs we eat for access. You just got a little extra meat. Call it for access. You own my heart and the means of production. Let me show you my means of reproduction.
Fetal cell sprite. Tonight's the night. Ballin' like Joseph Stalin.
Ooh, sexy little communist. Sexy little communist. Doing little praxis. Oh! Oh! Ooh! I seen you on my Instagram.
All right, what's up? Welcome. It's another open forum. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm still on the road, like a homosexual toad. I'm still on the road. We went to a UFO hotspot today. Try to pick up some grays. Try to touch some gray butts. We did have a pretty wild thing happen when we were at the UFO hotspot. I made a video on that. I'll tell you about it in a little bit. But this has been a podsplosion. This has been an overdose of podcastery. And it was a podcalypse, basically. I am just completely destroyed in terms of energy, but we're still doing it. We walked up a mountain today. Let me tell you what happened. So we decided, this quick story, true story. We decided to walk to one of the UFO hotspots because we're in Sedona, and it's pretty close by. There's a mountain called Red Rock Mountain, and it's a mesa, and there's supposed to be vibes that you feel. I didn't feel vibes, but I got a little bit of something. So we walked up this mountain, and I thought it'd be funny to make a little video. And so I made a little video about how I was on Area 51 singles, and I was looking to make a love connection, but only with people from the Pleiades or only with blue avians. Humans need not apply. Well, as I was making this video, up about halfway up this mesa, right, there's a lot of rocks and crags, little caves and whatnot, right? Apparently, one of the New Age boomers overheard my joke video. This is what I think happened. And apparently he didn't realize it was a joke because I was playing it straight-laced. Turns out this was a nudist boomer. He overheard me making a joke video that Jamie and I were in an open alien relationship. Halfway up a damn mesa mountain, and a nude boomer walks out to see what I was doing. And we left. Suffice to say, I didn't know what to do. I was sort of flummoxed and floored. And this truly happened. Jamie will tell you she was there. We were both kind of shocked. And the funny thing was, I was listening to videos about Sedona and all the idiot New Age boomers, and a woman was saying not to move here because there's so many weirdos. And I was listening to this video. I was like, yeah, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of weirdos. It's a New Age mecca. I didn't know that I was going to get to experience firsthand a nudist New Age boomer halfway up a damn mountain in a national park. We weren't at a nudist colony. Okay, I'm not going to that. But a nude boomer just walked right out. He's wearing a cowboy hat too, by the way.
I don't know if he was sunning his butthole, which some people do. I don't know if he was up there touching butts. I don't know if he thought that my video was real and that I wasn't making a joke, and he just overheard me talking about an open relationship with Area 51 entities. But I got to see some nude boomer today. So I've had my fill of intimacies. Don't need any more intimacy today. I'm fully satiated. Don't need to see no more fat boomers sunning their bum or whatever he was doing. My best case scenario is he's just thinking that he was, getting solar vibes on his taint. I hate to be dirty, but this is what I think was happening. But to move on, because that was kind of traumatizing today, a little bit of trauma going on. We had a wild week. We did Leonardo's podcast. I'll take that back. Piers Morgan kicked it off. Jay, what do you think about women priests? We had Piers. We had Bishop Tilda Swinton. We had Leonardo Joni podcast. We had Sam Tripoli podcast. Ruslan, we had Ruslan. So if you didn't catch Ruslan's thing, he just put up a couple clips. I'll say a little bit about this podcast because it was an experience. I mean, it was... we had good and bad times on this trip. Let me put it that way. So first clip from Ruslan, as you guys know, was about the Mahdi. He wanted to go ahead and put that out because it was a hot topic. This idiot, phony, syncretist, Shia Muslim guy, which I guess has kind of died down in the news. But this was a funny clip because we got into this.
In your coverage.
First funny thing that happened was as soon as I showed up for this podcast, I've forgotten that I made a bunch of jokes about him and his streamer buddy that they watched. And I was making fun of his streamer buddy who wears old jeans all the time. Like he wears like jeans, everything, jorts with jean shirts. And I was like, oh, I said, Ruslan's trying to appeal to the middle class with that worker garb. And first thing that happened when I got there was that dude walks up and he's like, oh yeah, I'm the worker guy that you make fun of. He took it in stride though. And we actually had a good conversation, and I was joking about the dude even has like jean underwear and jean socks. Dude is full jeaned out. He's like just he's got a denim sole. I don't know how else to say it. But he took it in good stride. So we had a good conversation. This podcast was a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. Actually, I didn't think it was originally going to be a 1 hour to 90 minutes, right? So I'm thinking, okay, yeah, whatever. We can nail that. This ended up being 4 hours, dog. 4 hours. And it was a normal interview. And I had no idea where he wanted to go. And he handled it like a professional journalist. Right? Nice guy. He took us to dinner. I did get food poisoning from the dinner, however. I don't blame Ruslan unless he food poisoned me, but I don't think he did. Jamie got it too. So for the next several days, I had some pretty bad tummy problems. But I don't blame Ruslan. The discussion began with a normal interview, esoteric Hollywood, my background, all this kind of stuff. And then he starts pushing on Lord Voldemort, and then he starts pushing on being on the Tucker show. And then he starts pushing on normie level geopolitical stuff. I'm not dissing Ruslan. I don't mind the questions at all. And then it got into sola fide. I did not expect to get into a sola fide debate. Not that I wasn't prepared for it. I can do a sola fide debate on off the cuff, no problem. And that's where we went. We got hardcore into sola fide for over an hour. And it was pretty heated. Now, we kept it civil. Nobody got mad. And the one thing I really appreciated about, you can always tell a professional in this media sphere when they can handle a heated debate and not get angry. Because after this heated debate, we shook hands, had a great time. We hung out for a little bit, drank mineral water, bubble waters. We drank some non-sugar bubble pops together and just had a good old time. So I appreciate him for that. I do also appreciate him being willing to hear out the sort of geopolitical overlap of conspiracy topics that we cover. He did ask good questions about that. That was a good section in the middle. And we got into like CIA ops and this kind of stuff. And then, like I said, it was, I mean, in the heat of it, you kind of lose. What the heck's going on? Can y'all still hear me? The video went out for a second. Can y'all still hear me? Did the video pop out? What's going on with this stupid thing? Is my equipment getting old? Listen, when we get back, I'm going to upgrade everything. I'm tired of this stuff, man. This is just... I can't be a ghetto streamer no more, man. I've been streaming like a ghetto streamer. As long as you can hear me. You already know y'all know what I look like. Y'all know I'm about an 8 on the 1 to 8 scale. Y'all know I'm an 8 over here. People was dissing me on the whatever podcast. Anyway, moving on. We'll open it up in a second. Heated debate on sola fide. In the midst of this debate, I do recall at least 3 fallacies that I called out. So we're going to do a little test to see if Ruslan edits out me calling out the fallacies or if he leaves it in there. If he leaves it in, we know Ruslan is a man of integrity. If he edits out my calling out 3 fallacies, well, it's going to be a disappointment, but it's okay. I guess he can edit out whatever he wants to on his podcast. But anyway, it was fun. That was that. Now, whatever, that was something else. Now, that was a whole other thing. I mean, wow. You know what I mean? Just wow. Somebody said, why did I decide to do this? Well, so Jim Bob did a debate with Not So Erudite, who is a Destiny clone. She's the garbage version of Destiny, which Destiny is already a garbage version of Destiny himself. This is meta garbage, meta Destiny garbage, right? So she's the female entity, the female Destiny. Many said Breastiny, Destina, whatever. And she debated Jim Bob some weeks back with Jake Rattlesnake. And I thought it was a funny debate. And I have been looking for someone to debate feminism for about a year, right? We've asked many times for there to be a feminist debate. No feminist would ever come to debate. She's the only person, except for this guy that I guess Andrew's debating today, who I've never heard of. She's the only woman that will debate feminism who claims to have an academic degree of some kind in yapology or whatever her degree is in, psychology, who knows. But the essence of the debate, I think, was accurately summed up in whoever made this meme. I did not make this. I just thought it was funny. Somebody on Twitter made it and sent it to me. I don't need history to define feminism. Feminism is a historical movement. God wants liberalism, but I don't know if God wants liberalism. These are her Orwellian contradictions throughout our 2-hour debate. Everything is relative, but that doesn't mean everything is subjective. Words don't always mean the same thing, but feminism means empowering women across history. All axioms are circular, and circular reasoning is valid. Feminism is an action, but feminism is a worldview and a movement. I've been very clear from the start. Maybe I should have made it clearer from the start. I respect God's authority, but God is a relativist. You can't make this up. All positions are circular, but you're using circular reasoning. I believe in divine command theory, but I use relativism to understand God's will. Feminism leads to flourishing and GDP, but I don't have to prove that flourishing and GDP is good. I want a good faith debate, but I'm going to mimic Jay for an hour. Words matter. Stop whining about words. I don't know what God wants, but I'm telling you what God wants for society to prosper. I'm not appealing to emotion. Appeal to emotion. Feminism does not require everyone to be a feminist. Feminism is morally good, and societies ought to adopt it. So this is just a sampling of, it was like pure doublespeak the entire time. I didn't realize that the second day for the panel, I thought, okay, we're going to come back and it'll be a 2-hour thing, and Jim Bob will be with me, so I don't have to do all the yapping back at her yapping. No, it's an 8-hour thing. Okay, we are in the heat of the moment. And by that, I mean the California heat. Okay, I'm talking about 100 degrees in that room. I'm not joking. It's 100 degrees in that room. So it felt like an 8-hour ritual torture initiation session in there with these stanky chicks for 8. Like, imagine being in this room, this fairly small room of stanky chicks for about 8 hours. And you can see this plethora of clips. But actually some of the gems of that debate came out in the second day, where she professed to be far more well educated on philosophy than myself. And because she kept saying this, it finally got on my nerves, and I was like, you know what? I know how to end this very easily. Let's just give her a brief quiz about a few books, and let's see if she could do it.
Yes, this is why, for example, you know what you would never do?
You don't know the basics.
You would never talk to me about psychology because you know you'd get fucking obliterated.
So now she has to go to the discipline that she
being mean to you
that
now.
she isn't here to debate because she doesn't know the discipline she's trying to debate. Mm-hmm. Why are you talking about Kant? You don't know any of his works. You don't know the basics.
Jesus Christ.
Name one of Kant's books.
Knowing books is what
name
makes
one
you
of his
evil.
Name one writing. That would be simple. Just one.
I've already told you I don't know the title of any of these things.
Did you
I don't even know the title of William Costello's articles that I'm citing. I have no idea. I don't memorize titles of things.
Did you read any of Kant's books?
I did. I read one of them.
You said 3 earlier. Now which one?
I don't remember.
Was it 3 or 1?
I think I read 1.
But you said 3 earlier.
Maybe I was wrong.
Oops.
Maybe I've only
Or
read
you
one.
lied.
No.
You just lie about what you think you know because you're on a performative debate setting and you totally failed.
Which is crazy because you'd think that if I was such a liar and such a stupid head, you could just answer my questions.
You just got shown up that you don't know.
You
want me to help you out?
Don't know the difference between these words.
Do you want me to help you out?
You don't know the difference between these words.
You don't understand.
So this goes on, and then there's a separate clip where there's a question about Plato, because she also said she'd read Plato, right?
You're
can't know things.
Because like Destiny, you come to debates acting like you know what you're talking about.
Thing to you,
name 5. Could you name one philosophy book that you've read?
The five dialogues by Aristotle, Plato, Republic.
There's no.
Now, some people thought that she was naming different books. No, she was just spitting out philosophical titles. The 5 dialogues, Aristotle, Plato, Republic. Right? So I think maybe she thought that was 2 works. She thought the 5 dialogues, Aristotle, Plato's Republic. First of all, the dialogues are Plato. He has more than 5. And she couldn't name a single of the dialogues, which should be pretty easy because, the Apology, the Meno, the Phaedo, the Crito, they're all pretty well known. They're pretty famous. They're obviously some of the most famous. I mean, Plato's Apology is probably the most famous philosophical text in history, period. But she wasn't familiar with any of those, right? And again, why did I do this? Because after several hours of interacting with her and this sort of weird thing where she says that I don't know anything about philosophy, even though I have, the graduate level studies in it, and she couldn't name a single work of the people that she was citing. So if you didn't see the second day, she actually turned to all the women and started trying to teach them Plato. I kid you not. You can't make this up. And then she started trying to lecture on Kant. And I was like, we can just cut through this right away because she has no idea what these writings are and she has no idea what she's talking about. So I just simply asked her to name one of the books she's read. Just one book, a title. And she couldn't name a Heidegger book. She couldn't name a Plato book. She couldn't name an Aristotle book. She couldn't name a Nietzsche book, even though she supposedly cited all those philosophers. Which tells you that, like everyone in the whole sphere of the Destiny, woke, leftist domain, it's not anything to do with actually knowing the subjects. It's repeating what they read on Reddit or what ChatGPT told them. And that's why they flounder when it comes to actually having knowledge or understanding these subjects. In fact, when Destiny reviewed this, Destiny said, because I asked her about epistemic justification. Destiny said, is that even a thing? Is that even a thing? Interesting. Now watch the rest of this clip.
Because like Destiny, you come to debates acting like you know what you're talking about. Name 5. Could you name one philosophy book that you've read?
The five dialogues by Aristotle, Plato, Republic.
There's no book. The 5 dialogues by Aristotle, Plato, Republic.
Those are 2 books that I've read. So the five dialogues. Is yet, or do you just want to keep on being bad faith book to try to get optic?
One philosophy book from any of the philosophers.
One philosophy book, Plato's Republic.
Okay. Did you read that?
No, I actually didn't.
The question was that you've read, not can you name a title of a book, right? From the whole time it was, wait a minute, you're citing these people, but did you read the text? Yes, I've read them, but I don't remember any of the titles of any books I've ever read.
Okay. Can you name one you've read?
Off the top of my...
And it's been very hard to like read like full books and read and whole papers and stuff.
You started reading books?
Yeah, books.
What's your first book? That you read?
I was trying to think of a joke. Stop.
So it's the appearance of knowledge, the appearance of education, which is the definition of ensued. So the whole domain of this sphere of just degenerate leftists is pseudery. They're fakes. They're not educated at all. And it's the appearance of education. In fact, I think when Dave Smith just went on Tucker Carlson, they had this discussion, and that was the point that Dave Smith made, is that the left is basically just a domain where if you can give a performance of the appearance of knowing things, that's good enough, and that's what constitutes knowledge. It's not actually having read thousands of books, and spent your time writing these things and studying these things, chewing on these things for decades. It's just giving the appearance of it through reciting what you've heard, like Agrippa's trilemma, Agrippa's trilemma.
I go down.
I want to know how you know these things.
I think, therefore I am. That's
Can you
how
tell
I
me
know.
how you know that? You just spit stuff out, but how do you know that? And what constitutes that knowledge?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay.
So you're just going to cuss, but you don't know.
No, I'll answer you as well. How do we know? Okay, what was the statement? How do I know that...
You literally just machine gun bullshit nonstop. How do you know any of those things? What's your justification for those claims?
What's your epistemic system?
Epistemic justification, what is it?
Typically, I observe things. There's not like epistemic systems that you subscribe to. The same way that we all...
First of all, there are epistemic systems or epistemologies that you subscribe to. So it's like, everything out of this person's mouth is literally like the essence of 100 IQ midwittery. No idea what she's talking. Not one bit of knowledge of the subjects that she's talking about.
You observed.
How do you know that your microphone exists?
All the things
in
that
this
you
world?
stated.
How do you know that your microphone exists?
All the things you stated.
How do you know that your microphone
exists?
exists?
That's a two-quote.
I'm just curious how you...
By the way, she thinks that the Socratic method is to just dodge every question with another question. That's not what the Socratic method. The Elenctic method, as it's called, is dialogue, question, and answer. So she forgot the other part of the Socratic method, which is the answer part. It's not just answering questions with questions infinitely in some sort of weird tactic. But one thing that I've learned, and then when Destiny reviewed this and sent all of his goblins over to my channel to leave just infinite bot comments, is that none of those people have any knowledge of any of these subjects. It's all total brain dead goblin goonery is all that exists in that domain. So don't waste your time thinking that you're going to debate anybody from that sphere. You're not going to have a debate. It's going to be just what I dealt with. And I wanted to include this too because, you understand, this is a person who believes that men have vajayjays, right? I'm not joking. So this is an insane person who claims to be a postmodernist Christian. She's a complete fraud, and I hope people can see that. If you can't see that, I can't help you, and my channel is not for you. You're not welcome here. You're done. You're cooked. Because you have to be able to at least recognize that there are true and false things. There are objective facts that are just what they are. And a man can't be a woman.
Well, pussy, you were talking about male vaginas?
Yeah.
That's not
insane.
It ain't a vagina.
It's a wound.
It's not a vagina.
You're
it's
insane.
Not pussy. Okay? It's not pussy.
It's a
I'll just
literal
say that.
wound.
What's
It's not
a
pussy. Huh?
What?
When you were
This is why, and it was actually a really good point Jim Bob made, was, wait a minute, if I cut a gash into my cheek, and begin to call that a vagina, does it become that, right? Well, obviously not. Well, then there's no reason why doing the same thing in some other region of the body makes it a vajayjay. I mean, we're in total Orwell land. You understand? Anyway, so that was that. You know, there's not much more to say on this because it's just endless. If you go watch I can't believe anybody would actually watch that entire 7 or 8 hours of that. But if you do, like, you're going to see just endless, just insanity. I mean, it just goes from worse to worse to worse. Later on, she starts citing papers and, quote, science and stats. And I'm like, where are you getting the science and the stats that you're claiming? And she couldn't name a single paper. So again, this is the definition, the essence of a pseudo-intellectual. Repeating what she saw on ChatGPT or what she saw on Reddit, not knowing a single source or having read a single source. And that's why I did this debate. First of all, it was not a serious debate. So people were saying, why would you do this debate? It was a joke. Okay, it's a tongue-in-cheek debate. Same reason I did the Dasha debate. Do these debates do anything? Yes, they do. They demonstrate that we should not have feminism in society. Hopefully, people with some sense of sanity and some at least over 110 IQ can watch these kinds of exchanges and see that they themselves are the best argument against feminism. Dasha saying she's fine with contradictions. That's a great argument against women debating in the religious sphere. Erudite saying that God is a postmodernist liberal, but also God wants way more than she knows or could ever understand. I mean, and even to the point when it got to Orwell, and I said, have you read George Orwell? Because you have the ability to hold within your mind a contradiction within a few sentences. And she almost, it sounded like she was cheering that on, like, yes, I'm good at that. As not even understanding that Orwell is saying that you're insane when you can do that. It's not a skill set to be able to hold contradictions in your head, dummy. It's saying that you're mentally damaged, spiritually damaged. It's not a skill set to be able to do that. And by the way, if you want to call in, you can do so through right here. Here's a link to call in. I feel like it does take a skill. It takes a special level of like hard-headed, stupid skill to be that obtuse and to lie to yourself. You have to lie to yourself, and that's part of the point I think that Orwell's making in the book about doublethink, is that to engage in doublethink, you have to lie to yourself. St. Paul is a postmodernist. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. I mean, why is this person even in public society even debating? You see, that's the point. This shouldn't even be debated. Why'd you go do it? To demonstrate the absurdity of this. To troll debate this person. Why do you think I was on there saying that tampons don't exist? There were people, like the Destiny crowd was coming over here and like calling me out on that. Like, they're too stupid to see like when people are not being serious, being tongue-in-cheek. Like, they don't even have a sense of like what it is to be tongue-in-cheek and to troll in this kind of a setting. So then we had the Tripoli podcast. That was a lot of fun. Before that, we had Tripoli right before whatever. This was actually a really fun podcast. One of our most fun Tripolis. Definitely go check this out. We got into Kanye. We got into Katy Perry. We got into occult pop stuff, classical stuff that we've talked about for many years. Pretty much being vindicated, especially with the weird stuff going on with Katy Perry of late. So we did a pretty good deep dive with Tripoli on that. And then after that was, I mentioned whatever. And then we had the Hodge twins. And that, I didn't know really what to expect. And we did about a 1.5 hour, pretty intensive. We got into some Middle Eastern stuff. So there you go. We had a great conversation about that. We got into the Old Testament, New Testament fulfillment stuff. We got into the history of the nation state of Israel. We got into the Rothschilds. We got into all of it. We got into Jeff Stein McEffery. I mean, we went pretty heavy on that. And guess what else we got into that I didn't expect would come up in the Hodge twins? Mormonism. We actually got pretty heavy into Mormonism. And if we have any Mormons that want to call in today, which I saw that kind of being kicked up on X, you're welcome to call in, because we're going to open up to call-ins and debates here in a second. The topics, as you might already know, are Mormonism, evangelicalism, Protestantism, papacy, libertarianism, Hebrew roots, Black Hebrew Israelites, atheism, Roman Catholicism, feminism, libertarianism, bread tubers. now that this goblin army has been over here on my wall, you're all welcome to call in, and please make your best arguments. I'm sure they're going to be really high tier. How uncensored is the Hodge Twins podcast? I mean, we talked about pretty much everything, so I don't know what you make of that. Delio Pera, $5. Thank you for all this, especially your work about the papacy. Oh yeah, the Hodge Twins asked about the papacy too, so we got into some of that. That was good. My number one issue with the papacy is that it breeds tribalism. Also, Bitcoin for the win. Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's funny. I wore the Bitcoin hat for all week and maybe at least 2 of the podcasts, and like I don't think anybody even noticed what hat I was wearing. No one asked about the hat. Maybe one person. Aristotle, $5. Well done on this podcast trip. I hope your social network stock goes to the moon. V Scott, $2. The troglodyte that was in the middle was the real offense. Are you talking about the one that many people thought was Tranz? I mean, I'm pretty sure in the middle of that discussion, I was looking over there at the hands. Those were some pretty man hands. So I was thinking, I'm pretty sure that's a dude, but Trayvon Jackson, $5. I'm sorry that you had to debate that slow boy girl. Well, I didn't have to, but I suggested it, and it ended up happening. I didn't actually think it would happen, so I was kind of surprised that it did happen, but whatever. Anyway, so look for the Hodge twins be rolling out. People are asking me, when's it coming out? When's this coming out? I have no idea when these people put their podcasts out. Okay, so I wish I could give you better answers, but no idea when Ruslan will put it out. No idea when Hodge twins put it out. Anyway. So let's move on now to open chats. We'll bring on anyone who wants to come discuss. Again, let's keep it to the topics. If anybody wants to talk about other things too, like feminism, geopolitical, conspiratorial, espionage stuff, I'm open to that too. I'm a little tired, but I'll try to make myself do it. I'm enjoying Max Blumenthal's book, Management of Savagery, on the history of Western intelligence and radical Islam. It's a pretty good book. Most of what's in the first chapter I was aware of. There's a few new data points that I didn't know that I think will help the case. One of the reasons I was reading that book, by the way, was because we were going to do the debate with Ridvan. He backed out of that debate, but I'm still going to obviously read the literature and still give you the information. Some of that information actually I got into with the Hodge twins because they went in that direction, started asking about the history of Hamas, and so I was able to get into some of that from Victor Ostrovsky, but we'll open it up here. Remember to make arguments. Remember to keep it to the subjects. You can ask whatever you want, bring up whatever you want. You can make arguments as long as you want, as long as they're arguments. What's up, Chase?
Yo.
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that it's such a classic pseudo-intellectual move that woman did, where because she felt insecure not knowing these basic philosophy, she started just shotgunning out biology terms, right? She just goes like, what's a gamete? What's this? And you're like, I didn't even bring those things up.
Yeah, nothing to do with the topic at all.
Nothing to do with the topic, and just something, and I kind of felt bad for her a little bit at that point because she was so insecure, but it's a common delineation of a pseudo-intellectual to just shout terms to try to bewilder someone.
Mm-hmm.
They don't speak to be understood. They just want to be perceived as intelligent. And I agree. I thought that was a great example of a pseudo intellectual and people how to recognize it.
That's because she's a millennial too. Don't forget that.
That's true. So I actually have those exact traits dormant within me.
Well, we already know Chase. We know you're a pseudo intellectual, so we've accepted it. It's fine.
No, but that's the nice thing is like I can come over here and just start saying words, and you guys will just nod your head and kind of humor me, sort of. Like
we gotta actually. That's a great technique. We gotta find like all these obscure like economic words or something, oh yeah, well, corporate insolvency, huh?
Yeah, just start bringing up lore from animes and you don't know about the Baelit from Berserk. You don't even know about the King's Egg. But anyway, I thought it was really funny, and I don't know. I just, for anybody listening, it is it's not a bad thing on you if someone goes, "Do you know this term?" in a debate, and you say, "No, I don't know what that term means," unless you just invoked it. It's actually good in debates to say, "No, what does that mean?" And doesn't mean you're dumb. Don't do what that chick did. But I'm gonna pop down. I'm just gonna listen.
Well, she mentioned Heidegger on Chatter at the very beginning, which I wasn't familiar with Heidegger on Chatter. And by the way, she didn't even use it correctly. She just used it as a way to have a way to go back to saying that already covered Chatter at the beginning. Anytime you went to a subject that she didn't want to talk about or didn't know about, she could just say, "This is just Chatter," and I covered that at the beginning. But that's not what Heidegger's talking about, and that's why I asked her specifically. Interesting. Well, could you name a Heidegger book that you've read?
I'm glad you did that. By the way, I didn't even know that. I'm not a Heideggerian scholar, but I studied on the world's leading Heidegger scholars and professors. And I'm like, what is she talking about? So I looked it up, and actually the term is coined by Kierkegaard. Now, Heidegger talked a lot about, well, as Dr. Mark Benioff says, Heidegger just ripped everything off from Kierkegaard, but she didn't even know what she was talking about. That's not a Heideggerian term. Mm-hmm. It's actually a Kierkegaardian term. And I match your chatter with corporate insolvency, huh?
Yes, could you tell me what Emil Durkheim means by anomie? Exactly.
Yeah, and again, doing that out of context of anything to do with the debate is you know someone, and at the beginning that could have been fine, but then when they're cornered on not knowing these philosophy texts that they're trying to cite, and then just shouting out, "What's a gamete, Jay? What's this thing in progressive biology and things like this?" and going, "I don't know, I don't have any, I don't care," and then thinking that's a gotcha. It's not. It's like me talking about, okay, well, what's counterpoint in music? To Jay as a gotcha. He's like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Name the circle of fifths right now.
Yeah, what are the intervals in a minor seventh diminished chord?
Can you even
flat five, dummy?
Can you even do chord analysis? Why am I even talking with this person? They can't even do a chord analysis.
My favorite part was when she said, "You know good and well that if we go to psychology, I would defeat your ass."
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool. Yeah, bring up a discipline totally not relevant to anything that we're debating.
Well, and again, just to say, look, I can know things in a field that you don't know, and it's like, okay, cool. I don't need to act like I know everything. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I think to educated people, you see this kind of stuff, and you can easily see that it's a tactic for optics, and it's a way to kind of deflect, and it's a way to give the appearance of knowledge without actually having it. JB Peltier gives a membership. What's up, man? Sincere Hypocrite, $5. Wouldn't Munchausen trilemma work against erudite and prove she can't justify her epistemology? Yeah, because she has a kind of foundationalism, right? And then you'll notice when I said that coherence is one way that people try to answer this issue, she didn't know what coherence was. I don't remember if that was the first day or the second day. But
Jake, speaking on that, can you just let the public know too, when we use these terms, because people flipped out and are like, "Oh, you say he's a coherentist." when you say coherence, that's not the same thing as, that doesn't mean we're coherentists. Tell the audience that. If you use a word, it doesn't make you whatever a theory.
Yeah, let's give an example.
I found the word in that theory, so that must mean. Anyways,
well,
can you just speak for the audience?
Yeah, that was another thing that came up in the debate elsewhere was she couldn't distinguish between the use of the word objectivism and subjectivism, and that those terms can be used by different philosophers and in different philosophical systems. So, for example, Ayn Randian objectivism is not the same thing as do I believe in objective truth, right? But it's the same word. Just like I could say I'm a subjectivist or I'm a relativistic subjectivist. So the words can be used in different contexts and in different ways. I could say I believe in ideas without being an idealist, and that that doesn't make me an idealist because I talk about the reality of ideas or the reality of universals, right? So people don't know the difference between a term and the way that it's used by different philosophers, and that's why I mentioned at one point intentionality and context, right? Those are basic principles in linguistic philosophy, which had she known what I was referring to, she would know that there's not one definition of using the word objective or the word subjective. You might be talking about moral relativism, epistemic relativism, ontological relativism. All of these disciplines could have a version of that. So there's not just one definition of a word. And she kept wanting to have this very simplistic approach to define objectivism versus relativism, define subjectivism versus objectivism. And it's
without making reference to history.
none of that has anything to do with like the debate about feminism either, by the way. And like Father Deacon said, like I could believe that my worldview is coherent and that coherence is a key feature of my paradigm in terms of debate and how I would go about solving certain philosophical dilemmas. That doesn't make me a secular coherence theorist, you see. I believe, for example, here's another easy example. I believe in the importance of empirical facts and empirical data. That doesn't make me an empiricist, you see, in terms of the school.
Well, and some people, it was kind of funny because we had some bad faith, kind of dumb people go, "Oh my gosh!" In the middle of the debate, when she was just shouting Agrippa's triumph, and I've always known it as Munchausen's. I know it's the same thing, but it was just funny. I was like, I thought every book I've read referring to this is Munchausen's, but not that it matters. But again, context and intent of what you're saying. But then you respond, you're like, no, I'm a coherentist, and I had to say to these people, no, it's short. It was shorthand. One thing after years of saying, no, I'm not a secular coherentist, and just goofy people latched onto that, of course.
I'm a coherentist in the way that I would go about answering that kind of an objection. I would not be caught in an infinite regress because I wouldn't accept foundationalism. Now, classical coherence theory that's like a secular epistemology, that's just another form of foundationalism. That's not what I'm talking about. The only reason I brought it up was that I knew that she wasn't going to know what that is, and I knew that we weren't going to go anywhere if we're going to try to go into various schools of epistemology.
But yeah, she didn't even hear you, which is funny.
No, actually, I think she did because the next day when I asked her about it, she at least knew what coherence was, the word. She knew what it meant. So she probably went and looked it up that night. Let's see. That dude dropped off. We had a dude in here and he left. Here's it. Romney, what's up? R Money, what's up? People say that she's in an open marriage. I don't know if that's true, but what's up? R Money, unmute.
Yo, what's up, Jay? Hey, thanks for having me on. I just ran into you, and I do find you quite entertaining. I saw it was when you were on InfoWars, and you did something on Manly Pete Halls. I don't want to get too far into it, but I really liked it. I've been enjoying your content. I think it's really cool. So thank you for that. My question, I suppose, debate point would be about Protestantism, I think, which is what the subject would fall under.
Okay.
So from my perspective, if I'm understanding you correctly, you must conform to the traditions or be melded into the body of the Orthodox Church in order to receive salvation. Is that correct?
Yes, salvation only comes through the mystical body of Christ, which is the Orthodox Church.
Okay, so what the crucifixion was then, it wasn't the atonement for the sins of the sin for me, the sinner. What the crucifixion was more of a directional sign to the Orthodox Church. Am I understanding that correctly?
No idea where you would get that. Atonement is nothing to do with a conceptual directional pointer. I said apologetics is only a directional like pointing you at the Orthodox Church. The atonement is what is the basis for the reconciliation of man and God, to make you a friend of God and to deify you through the participation in partaking of his blood.
Okay, so in order to be what I would consider saved, according to the Orthodox Church, I'd have to not just accept the sacrifice that God made by allowing his son to be crucified, but I'd also have to partake in the works of
salvation is not a one-time event where you just, quote, are saved. It's you were saved, you're being saved, and eschatologically you'll be saved finally in the resurrection. So you have a mistaken idea that salvation is just a thing that's at one point in time, when the entire New Testament talks about persevering until the end. He that perseveres to the end shall be saved, not just whoever prayed the sinner's prayer. So you have a mistaken Protestant conception that salvation is just your sinner's prayer or your change of mind or something like that. That's just the beginning of salvation.
Right, which I would understand to be the sanctification process.
There's no distinction.
Yeah, but where do you make the distinction?
Yeah, I mean, what distinction of what?
This justification and sanctification.
Justification is there's nothing I could do for my justification.
No. Where in divine revelation do you get the basis that there's a distinction? I know the Protestant teaching, so you don't have to tell me the Protestant views, but I want to know where you get the idea.
You have to pardon me. I'm borderline retarded over here. And so what do you mean the justification? Repeat the question again. I'm having
so you don't have to tell me the Protestant doctrines when I ask you.
I get that.
When I ask you where you get that they're not the same, I want to know where you're getting that in terms of divine. What's the source for that? That's your assumption. That's your Protestant presupposition.
Okay, what's the source for what?
The justification.
Your position.
So we know what the Protestant position is.
Right.
Where in divine revelation are you getting that?
We're saying, where is it? You can't find it anywhere. So where did you find that? Who told you there's a difference
between justification and sanctification?
Yes.
So you're saying justification and sanctification are the same thing?
They can be used interchangeably, sure.
But they're different words.
God. Good job, yeah. Correct.
Okay.
And different words can have the same meaning.
They can be synonymous, but the sanctification... Okay. So from my understanding, and correct me if it's just shut me up or hang me up if you've heard this and you already know all this, that's fine. My understanding is that when I accept the sacrifice that God made for me, I'm endowed with the Holy Spirit, which causes me to want to do works. That would be the sanctification process.
Okay, when was Abraham justified?
Abraham was justified when he had faith.
When do you think that was, when he first believed God and left Ur of Chaldees and the pagan worship?
That'd be one of the points, yeah.
Okay, well, that would be Genesis 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in Romans 4, when Paul uses Abraham as the paradigm example, he says that Abraham was made righteous by faith, and he cites Genesis 15. So that's 3 chapters of good works that Abraham has already done. So if Paul is teaching the Protestant doctrine of Abraham's transition from wrath to grace from God's perspective, why didn't he cite Genesis 12, which you just admitted was his first acts of faith?
So if I'm sorry, I'm not a Bible scholar. So if I'm recalling correctly, Genesis 15 is when he raised the stone or the knife on his child.
No, that's Genesis 22.
Okay, well, what happened in Genesis 15, if you don't mind jogging my memory?
It's just another statement of the covenant with Abraham. So there's Genesis 12, 15, 17, and 22 when God makes these revelations and these statements about the covenant with Abraham, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the point is that if Paul is teaching the Protestant doctrine of justification by faith alone, he should have cited Genesis 12 because that, according to your own admission, would have been Abraham's transition from wrath to grace.
Got it. Okay, so in your perspective, that's what causes.
I'm giving you an example of a verse, a chapter that proves that justification is no different than sanctification.
So the Orthodox Church thinks that you need to be justification.
Are you going to address this? Why wasn't Abraham justified in Genesis 12 if your view is correct?
Why wouldn't he be? Who's to say he wasn't?
Oh my gosh. Can you follow the argument that I'm not trying to be mean, but can you follow the argument?
You're good. I follow the argument that he's referencing 15, but he could have referenced 12. He could have referenced 20.
Okay, so then when was Abraham's transition from wrath to grace in God's eyes?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it be when he first believed and did good works?
It would be when he first believed, and then from that belief, he would be inclined to do good works.
Okay. And how does he do 3 chapters of good works if he's still under God's damnation?
That's a good question.
It's because it's not the Protestant view in Romans 4.
In which case I'd say because he wasn't under the grace of Jesus Christ.
How do you do good works and repent and become a friend of God and leave paganism and go tithe to Melchizedek if you're not a friend of God? Does Hebrews tout his actions with Melchizedek?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. No.
You're not familiar with Genesis 14?
I'm sure I've read Genesis 14. Is the Orthodox view that
do you not understand what
out of salvation?
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting because Genesis 14 is the chapter where Abraham tithes to Melchizedek. Hebrews 7 uses this as the paradigm example of faith in Abraham. According to what you just said, if the Protestant teaching is correct, Abraham is still an unbelieving, damned, under God's damnation person in Genesis 14. That's how stupid this is.
No, this is not stupid, dude. What's stupid is the idea that Jesus' sacrifice is used as a directional sign to the Orthodox Church.
You're totally lost on what. How is Abraham lost when he's the paradigm of faith?
I am not talking
Stop
about
interrupting me.
Abraham. I'm not talking about Abraham.
Is Abraham the paradigm model in Hebrews 7 and Romans 4?
Is he?
Oh my gosh. Why are you even on here, man? Just get out of here. Just wasting my
Thanks,
time.
Jay. I appreciate you.
Griffin.
You know what you should do, by the way? As we always do, repeat back to me what the argument is.
Yes. What's up? I agree.
We don't need to go into whether you agree with it or not. Obviously, you can disagree. Let's have the people repeat back what is the argument that we're actually giving. Because then you get an episode like that where obviously the gentleman didn't know. He didn't even know what the argument was that we were giving.
Well, I explained it 4 times, but Griffin, what's up?
Hey, Jay. Just want to let you know I love your stuff. I had a question about, or I guess a debate about ecumenism.
Okay.
I from what I understand, your position is ecumenism bad or is it good?
Obviously bad. What do you mean?
Well, I guess when I mean ecumenism, I don't mean like, Abrahamic faith in, or kind of ecumenism, where we go together with other religions or whatever. I meant mostly like within other Christian sects, even if, you know, they're not technically Christian.
So
in the
again,
Orthodox
the definitions in the Orthodox Church as to what violates the canon law is what would be a false ecumenism. So I can't go and pray together in the religious worship services of other groups and sects. It has nothing to do with hanging out with a Protestant, inviting them to your church. It's nothing to do with that.
Okay, so like, let's say Catholic and Orthodox, like debates all the time, right? You get together with other Christians and you talk with them about, you know, what you believe, and as long as you don't compromise the Orthodox beliefs, that's still good ecumenism.
It's not
right?
ecumenism. Ecumenism. When we talk about the movement of ecumenism, we're talking about the late 1800s, early 1900s, a movement towards a new future church that is not yet discovered. It's funded by very wealthy people. That's on record. The Rockefellers put a lot of money into it. And their idea is all the churches are wrong. We need to pray for unity. We've never had a unified church. And in the future, we will discover the one true church when we're all together and all unified. That's ecumenism.
Okay, so I guess I was mistaken. Like, every time I've heard ecumenism, it's something along the lines of just like hanging out or doing things with other faiths. So that really helped.
No.
I have one more question, if you let me ask.
Sure.
Because I know you come from a Calvinist background. Because, what was it, Capture Christianity said the other day on Twitter that Calvinism was evil. And I mean, I would agree from my understanding, but from the Calvinism perspective, wouldn't God technically be the author of evil because he made people do the things they do?
Sure. He's the direct cause of all events. So, yes.
Okay, because, I mean, I always felt, I heard that argument, I believe, from Avery. I can't remember when it was, but he was talking about how Allah is the author of evil because Allah causes all the...
Yeah, they have the same position. Correct. They have the same position.
Okay, well, thanks for letting me on. I really appreciate it and what you do.
Sure, good questions, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, Allah and the Calvinist deity essentially have the same direct causal relationship to all events, including evil. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I actually wanted to ask you this because Father Stephen DeYoung made this argument when he was critiquing dispensationalism on his podcast. Mm-hmm. He made the argument that dispensationalism, the movement, the theology itself, is actually hatred towards the Jews simply because it's using the Jews as a tool in order to promote and further this prophecy of building the third temple, which brings in Antichrist, brings in Christ coming back, which obviously kills a lot of Jews, kills a lot of people.
I mean, maybe indirectly it is, but I think that it's also kind of a worship of rabbinic Judaism, ironically, too. It's kind of both. It's inconsistent.
Yeah, I thought it was a good argument. I would like to hear your opinion on that argument, and then I already gave a super chat, so you can read that later. But right. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you can find within these systems that are kind of incoherent contradictions like that. So you'll have like things that would be detrimental to Jews at the same time as sort of worshiping rabbinic Judaism. Theophilus.
Hello, Jay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk to you about geopolitics.
Okay.
Do you have time for that?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, I watched your video with Church of Eternal Logos. Where you talk about, like, it was a couple of months ago. You made a video talking about, like, how the British Empire's involvement in the Middle East and the Saudis and you know that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm an ex-Muslim.
Right, I remember.
And you remember me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be like a very conspiracy guy. So I'd love to go through this with you. You talk about like the Saudis and how the British became involved in the Muslim world.
Right.
And I love this, and we need to start from the beginning. And that
so it was T.E. Lawrence, St. John Philby, and Gertrude Bell, and a bunch of other spies that basically picked the tribal leaders that would lead nations, quote unquote, like Iraq, and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So here's the thing, like, the Brits were kicked out of North America in like the 17th century, right? And they rearranged their empire to be basically focused on Africa and India, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those were the pillars in
yes.
the British Empire.
Correct.
And that's where we get the name the Middle East. Because what is between Africa and India? Well, it's like the Middle East, right?
Okay.
And the Brits got involved there because, again, if you're going to build an empire around India and Africa, you kind of need like a harbor between them.
Okay.
Just to build your trade. And that's why the Brits got involved in the Middle East. And this is very long ago. People don't realize this is when the 18th century, 1730.
Mm-hmm.
And the original, this is the ground zero for where the West's influence in the Middle East was built. But Kuwait.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There's the Brits needed the harbor in the Middle East, so they bribed these chieftains, these Arab chieftains, to set up a harbor in Kuwait.
Right. Yeah. So it's a British creation. Okay.
Yeah, and again, this is very long ago. People don't realize how long ago. This was 300 years ago.
Okay. Well, so I'm not trying to be rude. Like, what are you disagreeing with something I said, or what are we getting to here?
No. Wait. Sorry, my connection is so bad. Hang up with me, man. I can talk to you.
That's okay. Just think through. Come up with a question, and I'll bring you back. Sword, what's up, man? Alpha Numerics, $5. God bless you. Please elucidate the difference between Monophysite and Miaphysite. I've seen Orthodox that are misrepresenting Oriental. We're doing a whole series on that. I understand that your position will say we're not Monophysite, we're Miaphysite, and then when we really grill into your position, you end up being Monophysite. So we think you're inconsistent. And I've got multiple talks, multiple videos on the distinction. You can go watch those. I'm not going to rehash all of that for $5. Quantum Yakub, 3-month membership. What's up? Great work, Jay. I remember that. I think that was enough of the whatever podcast for my life. All of her chatter damaged my brain. Quantum Yakub, $10. Did you see Andrew Schulz pressing Wes Huff on orthodoxy? I did. And I tweeted at Andrew Schulz that I'd be happy to come on. You guys, if you would, like, share, and retweet that. Thomas B, $19 or $20. Is the Orthodox view that Christ has two essences without separation, and that the Oriental view is that he has one? Again, the Oriental view is inconsistent because they will talk as if there's a distinction, but also that he is in some way one that we don't know what it means. In the Orthodox view, the uncreated energies of the divine nature deify the human nature. That's the unity that occurs there. Right? It's a hypostatic union on the basis of the divine person of the Logos assuming human nature. He makes it his nature, and it becomes in hypostatic or in hypostasis. It now exists in the mode of the divine person that has it. And the uncreated energies deify the humanity. Emilian, $20. Do not forget to like and share. Thank you, guys. We only got 375 likes, so we got almost 1,000 live. Jordan Lofgren, $5. It's funny that Destiny reviewed the whole debate and says that you lost, but he doesn't actually want to debate you. Destiny only would debate me on politics. He said he refused to debate any philosophical or metaphysical topics. So we know why. Sword, what's up? Unmute.
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was told to call in and debate you. I've never really seen your videos before,
Okay.
I'm really new to this YouTube debating thing,
Okay.
YouTube or X. I want to ask you, do you think that polygyny is sinful?
Now that Christ has come, yes, he has given us the rule that we should have one wife.
Where does he say that?
In the New Testament, when he talks about it was not that way with Adam and Eve.
You're talking about Matthew 19?
Yeah, but it's also the Pauline teaching, and it's the tradition of the church.
Can you go to the verse?
What, that a man should be a husband of one wife? Let me ask you a question. Are you Mormon?
No.
Okay, what are you?
I don't know what denomination. I say I'm a Nazarene.
A what?
Nazarene.
Like the Pentecostal Church of the Nazarene?
Well, that's what the Christians called themselves before they were, called Christians.
Are you part of the denomination of charismatics that go by Nazarene, or are you talking about something you made up?
No, that's what Christians called themselves before they were called Christian.
Okay, where were the Nazarenes in the 4th century?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's a made-up thing. It didn't exist in history.
That's what the Romans called the Christians before they actually called them
Does
Christians.
this group does your group that you're talking about have a lineage in history that we can trace?
A lineage in history? They called them Nazarenes because they were followers of Christ.
Oh my gosh. Where were they in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th century?
What do you mean? Where were
A
they?
lineage throughout history to now. Where are they at?
That's okay. Can we like
Can we not do that question? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna give you grounds to debate when I don't think that you're part of any actual entity or group. I think you're making up a group that you're not actually a part of.
You can say I'm an Israelite.
A what?
And you can call me an Israelite.
What does that mean? Do you live in Israel?
Yeah, you can say that.
You could say that. Do you? I don't want to say that. Do you or not? You live in Israel?
I live in the Israelite law.
You live in the Israelite law.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And where are the Nazarenes now?
Where are they?
Mm-hmm. Your group. Where's your sect?
What do you mean? Where are they? They're everywhere.
This is too stupid. I just can't even do it. Chase, what's up?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's on your mind?
By the way, massive win on whatever, by the way. So I've been reading The Genealogy of Morals by Friedrich Nietzsche, and to me it reads like absolute gibberish. Do you think Nietzsche is someone who's essential for Orthodox Christians to read?
Talked about like how sin is not being, and like when you're talking about it, like philosophically, it doesn't have a nature. Mm-hmm. It's not a. What's the Orthodox understanding on that? Like on those, like when those church fathers talk about that, when Paul talks about sin being destroyed, is like, what does that mean if sin doesn't have like a being? If you understand what I'm saying.
Well, it's the power of sin in our nature, meaning our concession to those things that's destroyed. So Paul uses a lot of analogies, like the power of the law of sin in my flesh, right? Sin is not a law. Yeah. It doesn't have being or ontology. It's really just a description for the passions that are out of whack and our assent to those passions. So that's what you have to use. Ontological language to describe things like evil and sin, even though they don't have being.
Yeah, okay. That's why it's so tricky, is because then, like, reading it back, like, 2,000 years later, like, you get, like, Anselm and people like that taking it as, he's talking about it like it's ontological, so it must be ontological. Mm-hmm. So now you get the whole system of PSA, and it's like,
it goes wild from there.
Yeah, I mean, PSA is, going to be a problem due to really the Christology, because you would have to have the damnation of the Son for PSA to work, which is, it's anti-Trinitarian. So.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
Yeah.
I had one more question, if that was all right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so one of the other things I've noticed with like Protestantism is, and Sola Scriptura, is with like higher German criticism, and I don't know if you would agree with this, but like ultimately, like looking back and stepping into like Orthodoxy now, I've realized like it really seems like a prideful position, because you've got all these. I'm sure you know about like second Isaiah, third Isaiah, like they're giving like Isaiah like 1 billion authors now. They're giving the Pentateuch 1 billion authors,
right.
All these different names, and it's almost like they're trying to create new positions and get like themselves out there. Like, hey, I came up with a new position. I came up with a new position. Nobody's ever discovered this before.
Right.
Now from this data.
Well, that's how academia actually works on that basis, where really to make a name for yourself, you kind of just have to come up with some new thing or some new theory. And because Protestantism is so heavily reliant on academia for its, quote, sources and its authority, you're necessarily going to get this tendency towards just, weird, insane, theories of academics making a name for themselves.
And the other thing I noticed on that same point, I've always said that Protestantism is thoroughly secular and it's thoroughly modern. But for example, when they don't understand what we mean by normative authority is like a legal binding.
Are you there? Can you guys hear me? Man, this hotel internet, dude, is just like... Let me try turning on the cell network. Can you guys hear me?
Extra thing, which is just funny. I thought I'd add this in, but like one of the funniest things being a Protestant is like one of the key commentaries for Protestants is literally a commentary by one of the Germans who helped with the Third Reich. So and they glorify it. So this guy literally helped out Hitler, helped out with like I'm not a dispensationalist, and I'm not like a Zionist or anything like that, but I am like on the side of like, don't kill people, don't kill Jews or anything.
Well, look, I mean, that whole thing is Malthusian, right? So the whole position is based around dysgenics, Malthusianism, and we can't, as Orthodox Christians, we can't accept that. Moon Mud Pie. But thank you for your question, sir. Have you even read the 5 dialogues of Aristotle, Plato, Republic? If anyone reads it out loud very fast, they sound smart. Glitchy rhythm. Yeah. JB Peltier.
Hey, we got to make an AI of that.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a lot of good. There was a lot of funny comments underneath that one. But what's up, man? What's on your mind? Unmute.
Oh yeah, thanks for taking my call. By the way, my favorite impression is when you do the Southern Baptist preachers. Those are my favorites. It takes me back.
Are you there? We can't hear you, dog.
All right, what about now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I don't know if this is the purview of what you're talking about. If it's not, just let me know, because I have another question if not. But I saw one of your videos you were talking about Pangea and how you don't think it was a thing. I just never heard that before. What information are you looking at?
It just kind of sounds silly to me. There's no information, or like I'm not coming at it from some.
Okay, because even the most creationist scientists would admit Pangea. In fact, the creationist scientists postulated the idea of tectonic plates and so forth.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Okay. What's the other question?
So I was also watching a video. You were talking about how the Catholics view Mary.
You cut out what?
You were talking about how the Catholics view Mary.
Okay.
And you said that she had to have sin because she died, but from the Catholics that I listen to, they actually say that she didn't die, that she was maybe taken up like.
No, they have a feast called the Dormition. The Dormition is that she went to sleep, but they say that she just willed to go to sleep. So it's not that she had sin, it's that she had the effects of original sin. They don't believe she even had the effects of original sin. She didn't even have to die. So that's the difference. We believe in the Orthodox Church because of the Feast of the Dormition, she went to sleep because she's still a daughter of Adam. She still had the effects of sin. But we don't believe that she had actual sin, and that's why she's the spotless virgin. There's a difference between original sin or the effects of original sin and actual sin, which is your own personal guilt.
I'm sorry, can you expand on that a little bit? That sounded a little confusing. Are you saying that that the Orthodox Church doesn't believe that she sinned?
The Orthodox Church agrees with the Roman Catholic Church that she does not have actual sin. That's your own personal actions that you're guilty for. We believe in ancestral sin or original sin that all men have except for Jesus Christ. And in her case, that's the effects of Adam's sin. I'm not guilty for what Adam did, but I experienced the effects of his sin. The effects of his sin are things like death. The fact that Mary died, hence the Feast of the Dormition, the going to sleep of the Virgin, means that she had the effects of original sin.
Okay. Are there other Catholic thoughts? Because like I said, the one that I remember hearing is that they actually say that she didn't die, that she was maybe taken up like
Again,
Enoch.
the Roman Catholics say that she underwent a willful going to sleep. You understand Roman Catholics have the Feast of the Dormition too?
I do remember you saying that, yes.
Okay, what do you think the Feast of the Dormition is?
I have no idea. I'm not actually Catholic. I'm looking into going into Orthodoxy.
Well, dormition means going to sleep, dying.
Okay.
So the Roman Catholics typically say, and they may not have one single position on this. There might be different debates on what exactly happened. But in the Dormition, she willed to go to sleep to experience and to unify herself with her son. So the explanation, when I was Roman Catholic, what I heard them argue was Mary didn't have to die because she was exempted from all original sin and actual sin, but she went to sleep because she willed to be unified even with her son's death.
All right, well, thank you for answering the question.
Mr. Patriot. You gotta unmute. Mr. Patriot, unmute.
I'm sorry.
You're breaking up, man. What's up? Oh my gosh. Dimitri. Unmute, Dimitri. Are you there?
Hey Jay, big fan. Just have a quick question about speaking in tongues. So in Acts 2, it appears that the apostles are speaking different languages. Obviously, that's obvious. But then I was reading Corinthians today, 1 Corinthians, and it's Paul's talking about how when people speak in tongues, they're speaking mysteries to God, and that it's incomprehensible. So what would be the Orthodox
position of like speaking in tongues? Is there like two different speaking in tongues? Like,
there's noetic prayer, which is the prayer of the heart, which Paul says even the Holy Spirit knows me and my heart better than I do and can pray for me without words. There is noetic prayer, which is what St. Gregory Palamas is talking about. There's nothing to do with gibberish like Paula White does.
Okay, that makes sense. But like, let's say like you're like, I guess praying noetic prayer, like in your own room, I guess. Or I don't know. Like if someone was like perceiving you praying in the like noetic prayer, would they perceive you speaking in gibberish because it's like incomprehensible?
No, it's your inner prayer language in your heart. With you're just praying in your mind and your spirit to God. You're not verbalizing. If you're talking about where he talks about needing an interpreter, that's during the period of the transition between the Old and New Testament, the transition between Acts and the establishment of the church, Pentecost and the establishment of the church, when you still have ongoing public revelation where you need people to interpret if the Holy Spirit moves on somebody and they speak, right? A prophecy, like in the book of Acts, you see Agabus prophesies, right? Well, what about people in the church who are speaking a different language but have the gift of prophecy? Well, there needs to be somebody to translate that language, right? So it's always a known language. It's never gibberish. But in the case of noetic prayer, praying in your spirit to God, that's you in your mind and your spirit praying. It's not you verbalizing.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a good question. Evan, what's up, man? What's up?
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, I just had a question about like theistic evolution. Would you say God, when he created Adam, was he like fully formed, like grown up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think he could also create the world as if it had been evolving, but without it not actually have been? Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't even understand the question. If he could make Adam fully formed, then it's not an appearance of evolving. It's just what it is.
Are you asking, can God create the world to deceptively look a certain way, but it's not actually the case?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Doesn't that seem kind of strange to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
I've
think...
given this like 5 minutes of thought.
Well, I think that the assumption is that all these things had to have taken zillions of years to form, but why? That's the assumption.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, if you look up the mini Grand Canyon that formed overnight in Montana or wherever it is, like that didn't take millions of years. It took one night.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had one other thing to bounce off you.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little spat with Redeemed Zoomer on Calvinism, and I'd said something along the lines of, if God creates those who aren't saved, or excuse me, if he elects those to be saved, and then also elects those who aren't saved, therefore he creates people just to be condemned. Is that, Redeemed Zoomer called that an elementary understanding of Augustine and Calvinism. How would you respond to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, in their perspective, God preordains all events and is the direct cause of all events. Maybe not in Augustine's, but in the Calvinist position. So it would follow that God is also therefore creating people for the purpose of damnation. And Calvinists have typically been pretty consistent about that. I mean, if God does that for his glory, he can do that because he does whatever he wants.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's all I had for you. Thanks.
Yeah, good questions. And then Jake Burnitz became a member. What's up? JB Peltier, are you streaming this from Erudite's brain, dude? Yes. Glitchy Rhythm, have you read the 5 Dialogues of Aristotle, Plato, Republic? If one reads it out loud very fast, sounds smart. Oh, wait, I already read that. Jonathan Kelly, $5. All these podcasts, yet you refuse to debate Matan on Kabbalah. I debate Matan on Kabbalah. Zechariah, $20. Can you and Father Ananias talk about the ought in the Kylo debate? Destiny said, you ought to bring an umbrella with you if it's raining. and you don't want to get wet, to say that there's not moral oughts to claims. Well, the point is that she was making a moral ought claim about why we ought to have feminism and the rights of women, for equality and for, you know, all this kinds of stuff. So if feminism is about equality and it's about morals, at one point in the debate she said, yes, at this point I am making an argument about rights. So he's just talking about ought in the sense of like for my own well-being, right? Yeah, it's fine to say that there's a distinction between different types of oughts and different types of purposes. Aristotle, for example, talks about different types of purpose. For example, what am I made for as a human being? Well, what's my weenus for? And I'm saying this for a reason. I'm not trying to be puerile. But does my weenus have a purpose? Yes. What is it? Is it to go to the bathroom or is it to create offspring? Well, even Aristotle recognized multiple purposes for things in nature. So your weenus has more than one single purpose. It's not just to produce offspring. It's also for relieving the bladder, etc. Right? So there's multiple purposes for a thing. And in that case, yes, Destiny is right to say that ought I bring an umbrella? But he's just using the word ought out of the context of a moral ought. And that was what I was asking her for in the debate, the ought about feminism. If we ought to have feminism, you can't make it purely functional. It must be a moral ought. That was her whole argument. She even said later on in the debate, yeah, I'm making a moral ought. She admitted that eventually. Michael? I mean, if we're in the domain of morals and ethics, it's not purely utilitarian. Unless you want to argue, as by the way, she actually does in an older Andrew debate, she argues that ethics are just purely utilitarian. So they don't actually believe in oughts.
And what's interesting even about the functional thing too is that if you define that as, I should act according to a principle of functionality, then yeah, you ought to.
Yeah, it's still like even in the functional.
It's still connected to the moral.
Yeah, there's still a moral duty. Go ahead. What's up, man? Unmute.
Hey, Jay. I just wanted to point out something that I don't know if it went over some people's heads, but when she was, naming off her books and whatever, I kind of realized that when you were calling her out, to cite the books that she's read, because if not, she's pretty much lying. I mean, I can remember all the way from middle school that every essay I ever had to write had to have a citations page.
Sure.
To prove that I knew what I was writing.
Yeah. This is like Academia 101. You cite your sources, right?
Yeah, you can't just go on Google or Wikipedia and just bang, here, I got this. It doesn't work like that at all, in any grade level.
Yeah, and I think that, like I said at one point in the debate, if you have studied philosophy or if you're a musician, right? If you're a musician and somebody comes and says, you don't know how to play guitar, and then you're like, okay, well, can you tell me the 5 chords? And they couldn't name a chord. It would be demonstrably absurd, right?
Yeah, no, it was completely embarrassing, I think, in my opinion, for her. I was dumbfounded by it. I'm not even in college anymore. I go to trade school, and I still remember this. I need a citation in order to prove what I know.
Yeah.
And it's one thing I hated too. She was calling you out on not helping anyone towards Orthodox Christianity, and I mean, with my own side of the story, getting into you and watching your videos and asking you questions on here. You gave me some books to read too, and I've read 2 out of the 3 that you gave me so far, and it's been an incredible help.
Well, good. And I would imagine that you could. I would imagine you can remember one of the titles.
Oh yeah, Life in Christ.
Oh, look at that! See, people who read a book usually know the title.
By Father Gregory.
Yeah.
Or Father Roberts. Yeah.
People who read books almost always can remember one title. Oso, what's up, man? In other words, things can have multiple purposes, but even tertiary purposes can still potentially be moral. It just depends on what we're talking about. And the argument for feminism was in the domain of women's rights. That's ethics. Oso, unmute.
Hey, so I was reading the title of the space. What kind of religion is J? Because I'm actually Mormon. So what kind of religion is J?
Orthodox.
Like what religion? Orthodox, J, I've never heard that. Can you explain more about the J religion?
No, my name is Jay.
Then, okay, wait, what's this debate about? So is it Mormons versus J or?
Yeah, anyone versus me, correct.
Anyone, okay. But what are we debating?
Anything to do with religion, theology, Bible, feminism, libertarianism, any of those things.
Feminism,
What? I mean, it could be Mormonism. It could be Mormonism too. It doesn't have to be about that.
Okay, cool. I'm not Mormon. Just putting that out there. You know those like big churches where like all the people gather around, you know, they sing, hold hands, and yell, "Praise Jesus, hallelujah." You know.
What?
I go to those churches. What?
What is? I don't understand what you're talking about. A mega church?
I wouldn't say mega, but a huge church. You know.
Are you joking?
No. I go every Sunday, every Saturday. I go with my family.
And it's a huge church, but it's not a mega church.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why do you go there?
Because it's a great environment. I'm sorry, I'm at Chick-fil-A right now.
Okay. What did you want to debate something?
Well, what do you want to debate? This is your space. Come on. Let's debate anything.
Well, usually it's people who are not into Orthodox Christianity, so I debate those people, whether they're Catholics, Mormons, Protestants, evangelicals, etc.
Okay, so can you define what Orthodox means?
Yeah, like the Orthodox Christian Church. So all the
Okay, but you can't use the word in your definition. I don't know if like
what?
You can't use the word Orthodox in your debate. You know, that goes against the definition of what Orthodox means. Does that make sense?
No, it's literally called that.
So I asked you what Orthodox means, and you said, well, Orthodox Church.
I'm telling you that it's a name. Like the Orthodox Catholic Church is the name of the church.
Okay, but here's the thing. Every name has a meaning, right? Like in Japanese, you know, there's names that mean hope,
right?
Brave, you know. Like, so can you define what Orthodox means?
Yeah, well, the word itself means right believing, right? So we are the traditional right believing church that you read about in the 7 ecumenical councils, for example.
Okay. Isn't there like many Orthodox churches? Like,
no.
I know there's Orthodox Lutherans.
No.
And Protestants and Mormons.
No, it's the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Isn't there a Western?
No, there are churches in the West that are also Eastern Orthodox.
Well, would there be Northern Orthodox?
Oh my gosh. Do you want to have an actual debate or are you just trolling?
No, I'm actually having an actual debate. I'm trying to talk to you about like these religions.
It's an actual entity called the Orthodox Catholic.
Sorry, answer my question. Is there a Northern Orthodox Church in like Antarctica?
This is too stupid, dude. Are you this dumb for real?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm asking a serious question.
All of the canonical Orthodox churches.
No. I thought this was a platform to express our.
You're just
free
wasting
ideas.
our time.
I'm not wasting anyone's time. You're wasting my time,
pal. And that's why you're here with a pine sap image in your picture.
Pine sap? I hardly even know her.
All right, this is stupid.
Is that a northern pine sap?
He wasn't. He was trolling. Avid, what's up?
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm a Reformed Christian, so in our circles we talk sometimes about presuppositionalism, but from our perspective it's like guys like Van Til and Bonson.
Yeah, I went to Bonson Seminary, I know.
Okay, yeah, I've heard you use the word presuppositionalism sometimes, but I'm assuming that there's like a completely different way of describing it in Eastern Orthodoxy versus Reformed.
Well, I mean, we would just not accept. We would not accept things like total depravity. We would not accept things like, unconditional election and all that. But I could still make the transcendental argument.
So do you think like a Calvinist could articulate presuppositionalism in a way that you would agree with?
No.
Only to a degree. I mean, again, like I think, like when Bahnsen argues against Stein, I agree with most of Bahnsen's arguments in the debate, but I don't agree that Bahnsen's theology really solves the metaphysical issues that Tag needs. Try to maybe come out and come back in or something. We can't hear you. It's too choppy. So there's we still got almost 1,000 over here live, 800-900. If you guys want to call in, you can do so through the link. Here's the link to call in on X. It's open forum for anybody who has a question or a dispute or a disagreement over feminism, Hebrew Israelite theology, Hebrew roots, evangelicalism, Mormonism, dispensationalism, Christian Zionism, Protestantism, Libertarianism, Jehovah's Witnesses, etc. Mormons, did I say Mormons? Mormons, you can also call in. There's the link right there if you want to call. Jordan, what's up, man? Thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate that. Well, Emmanuel became a member for 3 months. What's up, dude? Jordan, what's up?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so I just, not to bring it all the way back to the beginning, but the debate with Not So Weirdite, when you were talking, there's a few people, there's people out there clipping, your kind of spat over, relativism, objectivism, absolutism, all that stuff. So just to clarify, because this is what I thought you meant, and, if you just look at it straightforward, this is what it seems like you meant, is that though she's calling her position relativism, it's all based on her subjective preference, based on what she believes with no other standard outside of that. So it wouldn't just reduce to subjectivism. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because everyone's going on, everyone online is making clips, even people who support you. They're saying, oh, no, he's wrong, it's different. And they're, completely avoiding the point, and that's the point she was trying to escape the whole debate, is that it's really just, I pretend I have divine commandments, but it's all really just how I feel about the world.
It's that also, but the words themselves don't have a single meaning. In other words, relativism and subjectivism, I mean, they can all be meaning the same thing depending upon the intentionality and depending upon the context. So what she wanted to do was say that you're either a relativist or you're a objectivist. So things are either relative or they're objective. And you're either a subjectivist or an objectivist, right? So she's just looking at the terms and their contraposition, they're opposites. And I'm just making the point that you can call your position relativism or subjectivism. It doesn't really matter because what you're arguing is all the same thing at root at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter whether I say I believe in objective truth or I believe in, absolute truth. Those terms and words mean identically the same thing. If you look up, for example, the definitions of objectivism, it'll talk about things that are not relative. It's about things that are not purely subjective, right? So even the definitions themselves say what I was saying. In other words, these words themselves are used in different contexts and have different meanings depending upon the intentionality. They can also mean the same thing. And that's also different from the schools of the philosophies that have those titles, right? Like an Ayn Randian objectivist, right? They have a specific view that ties to what Ayn Rand thinks objectivism is. That's not the same thing as me saying that, well, I believe in objective truth, right?
Yeah. And then there was a little nasty little atheist who sent a chat in about kind of how somehow you were doing the same thing as her, by her saying that the Israelites or Old Testament Israel was feminist, and the explication of the Trinity in the Old Testament was somehow the same thing. So could you because you didn't answer it, you kind of just shrugged it off, so that these people don't have cloaks and gotchas. Can you explain how that's completely different than someone saying Paul is postmodernist and the Israelites were feminists versus the scriptures showing the Old Testament or showing the Trinity in the Old Testament?
I remember her bringing this up, but I don't actually remember what she was arguing. Can you refresh me on that? What was she saying?
It wasn't her. She kind of applauded it.
Oh, you mean it was a super chat?
It was a super chat, and they said you're in a contradiction because you can clearly show the explication and the foundations of the Trinity in the Old Testament and the prophets. And they're saying that that's doing the same thing as her going back and using revisionist history and saying that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, we don't believe.
Understanding the difference between the concepts.
Yeah, no, just because the word Trinity. This was Trent Horn's argument. Just because the word Trinity is not used, it doesn't mean that the ideas weren't there. And she was trying to say, well, see, feminism is in the Old Testament because of women's rights in the Old Testament. Well, now she's equivocating because her definition originally is not the same thing as women having a high status in the Old Testament, right? And that's why I kept trying to stress that you're debating feminism as a historical movement because you call yourself a feminist, right? She even admitted that because she tied it to the three and then the quote fourth wave of feminism. That has nothing to do with an Old Testament, dignity that women have. That's not feminism because feminism is a modern post-Enlightenment, post-French Revolution philosophy. Okay, so you can't just point out anything in history that, has similarities with your movement. If that was the case, then all positions, even the ancient religions that had goddess worship, were by definition then feminist. That's the point I made when she said that. No, the Old Testament is explicitly Trinitarian in ideology and in theology and in concept. It doesn't matter whether you're using the word or not. So again, half of this debate, like you're pointing out, is word concept fallacies. Now, if you look up relativism, you'll find out that, here we go, subjectivism. I mean, shouldn't even really be debated, right? If I say I am a subjectivist and I'm a moral relativist, right? I'm meaning that all of these things stem from me. I'm my ultimate authority. All things are purely perspectival. There is no objective truth. There is no objective morals. There are no objective ethics. Everything is relative. There's nothing wrong in any of that phraseology that I just gave. Okay, so none of this, this is so stupid that it's not even, I don't even understand we're having to debate this. Like, that she didn't understand that different words can signify the same thing or different things depending upon the intentionality and the context. The word kid could mean a goat, or it can mean a human child. It can mean the same thing, or it can mean different things, depending upon the intentionality and the context. We say the same thing when we argue with the Roman Catholics, right? The word, I believe in one God. Okay, well, I might mean by that the devil, or I might mean by that Jesus. So phrases like the one God, it's an ambiguity in the linguistic phraseology that depends upon the intentionality and the linguistic context to understand what's being referenced. It's really not that complex. And so all I was saying is that it doesn't matter whether you use the word relative or subjective. They can mean the same things. They can be used to signify and express the same idea of a non-absolutist, non-objectivist philosophical system that's moral, that's ethical, that's ontological. It doesn't matter. It's a broad, those are terms that could mean broad things. That's all I was trying to say. And I don't even know why this should even be debated.
Yeah, I agree. I understand. I just wanted to give the Clips channels an opportunity to get the material without a yapping woman in the background. And then my last question, it's a completely different topic. Sorry to be so drawing and so all over the place. But so I'm an inquirer. I was at liturgy and I was kind of having this conversation because your name came up. And someone was talking to me and they were talking about kind of the humanity of Christ and referring to Christ as a human person. And so I read St. John Damascus, Exposition of the Orthodox Faith, and some other writings, and I'm working through Pomazanski's Dogmatics. And they were saying that that you walked back saying that Christ is a divine subject, and that's the way to refer to the person of Christ, and that you can refer to Christ as a human person.
I've never said he's a human person. You can never say that.
No. So that's what I'm saying. They were saying that you were
I've never walked back anything. I've had the same position for 10 years, and you can read my articles from 8 or 10 years ago.
So yeah, that's what I was confused about. So it's that's what I understood from you. So when they were saying this to me, I was kind of shocked. But I didn't want to argue because it was out of place because I'm just an inquirer.
That's fine. I'll send you some sources on this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you could just put them in the chat, that'd be wonderful. But yeah, I thought that was
people.
It was. I was talking to someone about Jay, and like how I came to Orthodoxy and how it was him and Father Peter Here's kind of their talks and stuff. And so he brought someone to me, another guy who was talking about the humanity, like how we speak of Christ and his human nature and everything. And they said it's perfectly fine in certain matters to say, and it's perfectly right to say in certain matters that Christ is a human person.
No,
and I was like,
it's not.
That was like absolutely okay. And so that's my position, but I'm an inquirer, and I just thought it's
right.
not
So
my place to talk about.
So by the fifth and sixth by the fifth and sixth councils especially, and you could argue even in Cyril, person refers to the subject or the agent that has the nature. And in that case, there's no human subject. If you said there's a human person or human subject or agent, that would be dual subject Nestorian Christology.
So it is the story. That's what I thought.
Absolutely, yeah. Because person eventually by the fifth and sixth council means subject.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, and that's what you've always said. So I was, and St. John of Mass says the same thing.
Yep.
Orthodox Dogmatics and Pomazansky says the exact same thing.
Yep.
So I'm just going to refrain from having like theological conversations at church anymore because.
Well, just avoid that person, but yeah, thank you, appreciate that, Papa. I'll give you some more sources. I sent you one DM. I'll send you some more. Papa Gringo, what's up, man? By the way, let's look at this before we move on. Just very simple, common definitions of relativism. There are many different forms. Do you remember when I said that at one point in the debate? I said there's moral relativism, there's epistemic relativism, right? It means that there are what? No absolute truths. Okay? Now let's look up the definition of subjectivism. What is the first definition that comes up when you just simply Google it? The rejection of absolute truth. Oh, look at that. Relativism and subjectivism signify the exact same thing. Just now, remember, I'm going to these normie sources like Google and Wikipedia because that's what they go to. The whole Destiny, not so erudite crowd literally just looks up these things on Wikipedia and Google. So even Wikipedia and Google tell you what I said in the debate. And this is just total stupidity to even have to debate this. That the words literally mean the same things depending upon the context. They might mean different things in a different context. Can you grasp that? That the context and the intentionality can determine, this is how language works. This is why language is somewhat fluid. It's not totally fluid. It's not totally relative. It's not totally, that would be postmodern, right? But language can be somewhat fluid. I might speak of subjectivism and mean the rejection of absolute truth. Likewise, I might mention relativism and mean the rejection of absolute truths. This is very simple, basic. Anybody who's had like a 101 class in philosophy, you would know that this words can signify the same thing. That's different than something like Ayn Randian objectivism, right? So let's look up objectivism. And I might mean the philosophy of Ayn Rand by that term. Does the word objectivism necessarily mean Ayn Rand's philosophy? No. It might mean that I simply believe in the existence of independent objects, right? Objects independent of my perception, independent of my interpretation. It might mean that I believe in moral truths that are unchanging, moral objectivism. It's always wrong to murder, right? So this is how stupid these people are, that they don't know how language works. Anyone who's had a philosophy 101 class, and especially if you've had a linguistic philosophy class, you would know that this is how language works. What's up, Papa?
How's it going? So I was going to ask, for some of the debate, but I just want to confirm, because when you turned me over to this being a speaker, there's like a slight interruption. Did you just say that there's no absolute truth? I don't want to bid on that. I just want to make sure that's what you said.
No, of course I didn't say that.
Okay, I just didn't hear, so I wasn't sure. Just wanted to cover.
I'm explaining what happened in my debate, and I'm saying that the word relativism and the word subjectivism can refer to the same principles.
No, that's fine. I heard that part. I just didn't hear. You said absolute truth, and I didn't hear what you said after that. So, okay. So your followers or other people on Twitter, of course, using Galatians 1:8. So yeah, that's why I'm coming in at, because they said I should talk. Galatians 1:8
about
talks
what?
about.
I know what Galatians 1:8 is about. What are you here to debate?
Galatians 1:8. So
for what purpose? What are you arguing?
Well, okay. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, and people use that all the time against our religion.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
So people always use Galatians 1:8 without actually noting that there's other verses in the exact same chapter. But so I'm just curious why people use only that verse. They ignore the rest of the chapter. I mean, why do they not read the whole entire chapter?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that would disprove Mormonism. I mean, it's not just that chapter. I mean, that's just a chapter about warning about a different gospel. I think one of the strongest arguments is Joseph Smith writing himself into Genesis 50.
Okay.
Well, you're giggling. What's funny about that?
Where did he do that at?
Genesis 50 in the Joseph Smith translation.
Oh, okay, the Joseph Smith translation. So you have a problem with his translation of the Bible. Got it. Okay. So what makes his translation...
Do you not?
I have no problem with his translation of the Bible because I believe he's a prophet.
And so he retroactively writes himself into Genesis 50. You think that's what prophets do?
Let's think here. Who wrote the first 4 books of the Bible?
The first 5 books? You mean Moses?
Yeah. So it's wrong when it's right when Moses writes himself into the Bible, but when Joseph,
Moses is a prophet writing it. Joseph Smith is writing himself in retroactively thousands of years later.
Yeah, because of bad translations.
So how come?
Mock my study. That's fine. Go ahead.
So no one before Joseph Smith had a Bible that had Joseph Smith in Genesis 50, and he adds himself to Genesis 50 to make himself predicted, and you don't find that a problem?
It's not.
How is that? How is that not the actions of a? How is that not the actions of a con man?
Well, you might only look at the word con man because he didn't con anyone, but
he retroactively added himself to the last chapter of Genesis.
You said.
Why are you interrupting me?
You interrupted me. Why can't I interrupt you? Go ahead.
He retroactively adds himself to a chapter which never had any mention of Joseph Smith for thousands of years prior. Moses is the author because Moses is a prophet. Joseph Smith, thousands of years later, retroactively adds himself to Genesis 50, which is a con man action, clearly.
Okay. So you just said again, you repeated again, that he is not in any other Bible that's ever existed for thousands of years. Mm-hmm. I'm impressed that you've read every other Bible that's existed for thousands of years. That's very impressive.
Can you cite a version of the Bible that has Joseph Smith in it prior to Joseph Smith? In Genesis 50?
I don't really care.
Okay, thank you. So I'm glad that you're here to admit that.
It blows my mind that you can't actually see writing yourself in as if it were the original.
No, but you don't understand, Father Deacon. You don't understand. And I've had this discussion with countless Mormons. They actually believe that is what a prophet does. I'm not kidding. They think that to be a prophet means that you change the old text and put yourself into it. I kid you not. I've had 5 of them argue.
One thing I wanted to talk about with Mormonism too is that there's literally no epistemic standard to anything. So that means, by their own standard, you and I can go in to the Pearl of Great Price and be like, well, actually, that's us. We're actually prophets.
Exactly.
So if you accept that standard, I can write myself in because I'm a prophet. How do I know? Because I wrote myself into. And it's not.
No, that's exactly what they will actually argue. That they will say, and when you ask them, well, why does Joseph Smith get the right to alter Genesis 50 and add himself there? Well, because he's a prophet. Well, how do we know that he's a prophet? Well, he's predicted in Genesis 50 where he wrote himself in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, wow, dude. It's kind of crazy. Harrison, what's up, man? It's kind of wild that.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me good?
Yep.
All right, so I have a question about how to refute the prosperity gospel in a respectful way. My parents, or my dad and my uncle, kind of gone down this path of falling into like Joseph Prince type teachings, where it's just like sin doesn't really matter, and all this like healing stuff, like all of his sermons about healing, and he has a paywall for most of his information, like it's like an OnlyFans subscription kind of deal. I kind of want to try and like talk to them in a respectful way about this, because I've been going to the Eastern Orthodox Church in my town for the last 2 weeks to learn about it. But
well, I mean, there's probably not a good way to refute your parents. I mean, you're just going to have to like live and change, you know, the sins in your life, and they'll notice that. And when they see you being successful in life and doing well, they'll start asking you questions, but you're never going to refute or debate your parents. Yeah. But a good question. Nathaniel. Well, Emmanuel says, do you miss the mute button, or did you miss it? Yeah, in the second day of the 8 hours of torture, I wanted to mute her pretty bad. JB Peltier, $2. Somebody didn't pay the light bill in his dome. Shabakowski became a member. What's up, Nathan? You want to unmute?
Yo, is that me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
All right, sweet. Big fan of the channel. So I'm wondering from like an Orthodox standpoint, what is it? So salvation, and just kind of a two-parter. Salvation, in your view, is unification with the mystical body of Christ, that being the Orthodox Church, right?
Yeah, and salvation is past, present, and future.
Okay, absolutely. So if that's the case, and I'm speaking from an Orthodox standpoint, just trying to understand, what is it that separates the uniates from normative salvation? Is it the fact they're recognizing the Bishop of Rome, or is it the fact that they have accepted and caved into Vatican changes in doctrine?
Well, technically, even though they have their, quote, tradition, they are bound by all the Roman Catholic dogmas and all of the ecumenical councils, including Vatican I and Vatican II. So affirming all those things counts as heresy.
Right. So would you say that kind of like the inconsistency of their own tradition, like all
no,
the
it's heresy. Any heresy is what separates a person from Christ, to obstinately affirm and teach and promote heresy.
Right. So like some old Ukrainian Greek Catholic grandma, though, she's like probably seeing herself as pretty Orthodox.
So heresy also requires obstinacy and willfulness, knowledge of the facts. It's not just being wrong; it's also being obstinate. But you can also be culpable for being willfully obstinate. That's why we don't judge people, individuals. That's up to God ultimately. But we do have the duty to say, "Hey, this is wrong." JG, what's up, man? By the way, I want to remind everybody you can support the show through the Super Chats natively in YouTube, but that does take a pretty big cut. Or you can use Super Chats, Streamlabs Super Chats, which is linked as well, and there's no cut there. So if you want to call in, you can support me and Father Deacon Ananias by calling in right here on the X Space. What's up, JG? You want to unmute?
Hi, how you doing, Jay? I just wanted to ask your opinion on Stoic philosophy, and if in your view, it's compatible with Orthodox Christianity, or at least some aspects of Stoic philosophy, since you
I mean, some of the Stoics were influential on the early church fathers. Stoicism influenced some of the apologists, the early apologists. So there's elements. I mean, Paul cites the Stoics in Acts 17. So, yeah, I think many philosophies have some components or elements that are compatible, but we wouldn't say that something like, Christianity is just Stoicism or something like that.
Right. Thank you so much. The reason I wanted to ask is sometimes I, just even as a Christian, some of the Stoic things, some of the quotes that I've seen from Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, I'm like, it helps you cope with a lot of things, especially when life's really hard. So thank you so much. I did
a talk on Marcus Aurelius's meditations, and we talked about the pros and the cons within that system. So to the guy in the chat, yes, I'm saying that the Old Testament the Old Testament patriarchs believed in the triad. They didn't know the word triad. They believed in Yahweh, his angel messenger, and his spirit. Those are the Old Testament terms that are used for what we call the Trinity. The New Testament writers believed in and cited the Trinity, even though they didn't use the word Trinity. This is why when the church fathers in the councils argued for the Trinity, they cite the New Testament. How would you cite the New Testament if the New Testament didn't teach the Trinity? How would the New Testament writers cite the Old Testament if the Old Testament didn't teach the Trinity? If you read the book of John, as we lectured through the entire gospel, we saw that in every chapter of the Gospel of John, there is a reference to either the deity of Christ and or the triad in the entire Gospel of John. Many of those chapters are Jesus citing the Old Testament to prove his veracity and his fulfillment of those Old Testament passages and his identity being the angel messenger of the covenant in the Old Testament. You understand that Jesus is arguing that against the Pharisees? So yes, you absolutely have to believe that the Old Testament teaches the Trinity. And yes, they believed in the Trinity, even though they didn't use the word Trinity. And it's really stupid for Roman Catholics especially to try to argue against that, like Trent Horn did, because it would mean that the New Testament writers were not teaching or defending the Trinity because they, quote, didn't use the word Trinity. You think how stupid this is? I'm not kidding. Remember, Trent Horn says the Old Testament writers and believers couldn't have believed in the Trinity because they didn't use the word Trinity. Do you understand that that same argument would also mean that the New Testament writers weren't teaching the Trinity because they didn't use the word Trinity? That's just how silly and dumb Trent Horn's arguments are. It's kind of crazy that we have to deal with something this insane, but we do. Orthodox tempo. By the way, we've got multiple videos lecturing through the Torah, the Trinity and the Torah. What's up, Orthodox? Unmute.
Thank you for having me up, Jay. Thank you for having me up, Father Ananias. I actually have a couple questions for you guys on some topics that I've been studying and.
Okay, are they in the are they in the subject matter today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So with Catholicism, it's about the Council of Florence. So I've been seeing a bunch of weird arguments of how would we explain that we didn't actually accept the Council of Florence? Because I had someone cite me something in Metropolitan Callisto Ware's book.
Who cares what Callisto Ware says? Did St. Mark of Ephesus accept it?
No.
Okay, well then that's not all of the patriarchs, it's not all the bishops, and when they all came back, everybody else, including all the other bishops, jeered them. So why would that be everybody accepting it?
Yeah. So what the argument was brought to me was since. Even though obviously Mark of Ephesus didn't sign on it, and if I'm not mistaken, he represented the See of Antioch, correct? They still argued that some Antiochian legates still signed off on it, so the See would have accepted it because of the legates having the authority of the patriarchs.
Well, I don't care if the patriarchs made a mistake. So what?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there's several necessary conditions. I've gone over this several times. One of the reasons, what makes a council valid is it has to be true. So they have this Roman Catholic thing. It's like, well, if we just did the magical formula and everybody said it, the words correctly, then you can't change your mind and see that it was false. It's a really weird.
But I might be wrong.
We covered this with David, by the way. 5 years ago, so you can go back and watch the video we did 5 years ago on it.
All right, thank you, Jay. You guys have a good evening.
Yep.
Christos Anesti.
The video's right here. It's Council of Florence and Oriental Orthodoxy, Jay and David Erhan. Proto, what's up? Michael Moore, you can call in or you can just head out of here. That's not a place for you to come and just spam your Catholic stuff. So you either call in or you can stop spamming. What's up, man? Unmute. He's just piety signaling, saying that everybody's mean, whatever. Proto, unmute.
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jay, big fan. Do a great job on InfoWars.
Appreciate it, man. What's on your mind?
What led you to become a Orthodox Christian?
The Bible, Church Fathers, dealing with Vatican I versus Vatican II, whole host of things.
What do you say when Christ said that he doesn't reside in a building or basically in a religion.
Where did Jesus say he's not in a religion?
Well, I mean, he didn't say it like verbatim, word for word, but
Well, where did
that
he
was
say
kind
anything like that?
what he said was that God resides in you.
Uh-huh.
And
How is that a defeater for orthodoxy?
I'm not looking for a defeat of orthodoxy.
No, a defeater, like an argument, a defeater. How is that a defeater argument?
It's not an argument against orthodoxy. I'm just a...
Well, you just argue that Christ is... Why would I choose orthodoxy when Christ is not confined to some building?
Furthermore, that's like saying... I've heard this objection before, too. It's like the church is not a building. It's like that's like saying government's not a building. Government doesn't reside in a building. It's like, well, yes and no. Like, governments use buildings, but they're not identical to buildings.
Do you think Jesus founded a church? Are you there? All right, I guess he's not there.
It's the ongoing thing. I'm convinced that Protestants are obsessed with invisibility. It's an invisible church. They hate visual things, right? That's why they're iconoclasts, right? They probably take the verse, if your eyes cause you to sin, gouge them out, to mean that God loves invisibility, so smash your eyes.
Well, God is invisible, so things that have visibility must be evil. It's like a weird Gnostic thing. What's up, Melkite?
Visible phobics.
Hey, how you doing, Jay?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just a quick observation that I've really been noticing in that guy about an hour ago pretty much solidified it. You notice with Protestants, you really start to notice about like these constant questioning of who is saved. How can you say that only the Orthodox are saved, or like, oh, you believe this, that this is heinous. It's really perplexing to me, because you would think Protestantism, it's sola soteriology. So like their motive is like, oh, this is the religion that has the surest way to affirm your salvation in Christ. But you really start to notice that like a lot of these Protestants are extremely insecure about their salvation. Like, oh, I need you to affirm my salvation because I believe. Yeah.
Well, every time I go on a podcast, they want to say, "You don't think I'm saved? You don't think I'm saved? Why would I not be saved?" You know.
Yeah, that's just a really, really telling thing, because you know, when you're in a middle place and you're not even part of a church, or you're entering the church in the catechumenate, you know, that is a shaky spot. But you know, to have faith in God, to have faith in Christ, there is a type of you know, uncertainty in that. But at the same time, it really rests on your faith. And I just find it perplexing that with Protestantism, they get it across that it's this simple way to understand salvation, but they really don't have that much insecurity. Thank you.
Dude just fired up his hog. He's about to ride out of here. He's with that he's with that Hell's Angels out there.
That was actually pretty cool, man.
Shout out to our resident Hell's Angel, Frankish Melkite. Guys, I want to remind you that we do have a show sponsor, which is chalk.com. Argus says, were you chalked up when you were listening to her chatter and her trilemma nonsense as she prattled on whatever? You know what? I actually forgot to take any chalk, and that's why I felt so crappy when I was like dying by the 8th hour of the second day. I needed more chalk, and I should have brought it with me. But you don't have to undergo that lack of chalkicity. You can head on over to chalk.com right there and use the promo code JAY44LIFE. That's J44LIFE to get 44% off all those great products, including the Chad mode pre-workout, including the Tonkat Elite. That is the Tonkat 100 that will boost your testosterone, proven in studies to boost it, and the Action 2.0. These are great for getting you energized to go to the gym. These aren't pee-pee pills like somebody was saying the other day. No, I do gym-adjacent pills, you see. Well, Emmanuel, 3 months. What's up, dude? Or we read that, excuse me. Let me see. Somebody might have been sending a super chat on Streamlabs, which are not popping up. So let me see if I can pull them up over here in case somebody sent a Streamlabs. I don't know why they're not popping up over here today, but use the promo code JAY40 to get 40% off, by the way. Okay, so we do have some Streamlabs super chats that I haven't got to, so let me see. Oh, we got several. Whoa, dude. Damn, son, we got like 10 of them over here. Varus, this is why debating a woman is a waste of time. Usually, but there could be conceivably be certain situations where that kind of a debate could work. Skooma Bear, $100. You did great on whatever. Always try to spare a prayer for you from time to time. I appreciate that. Jordan, $3. Can you elaborate why her version of relativism collapses into subjectivism because people are clipping it, not understanding your point? Yes, in fact, that was the point that I just addressed right before this in terms of the words can essentially be the same thing. Vinny Cringy, $5. Progressives and postmodernists say that logic is performative and therefore it equals reality. They don't actually need to be intellectual because to identify as such and to give a performance is to be intellectual. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah. Why do you think that the whole woman is a woman non-logic exists? Preemptive indoctrination. Well, again, remember, she believes that men can have vaginas. So, Niche, $5. Ben Shapiro said he's willing to have a conversation with you. What? He said that? Maybe this is a joke. Did he really say that? When and where would he have said that? That's crazy. I wonder if that means like a debate on the Talmud or what that actually means. Storm the Cat, $10. There was a shill campaign against you on 4chan. I set them straight. Well, I've noticed that there's something in the Destiny sphere, like there's this like army of bots and goons and goblins that just flood your comments. So I'm assuming that they probably have like a whole, Discord full of goblins that they send out. Nectorios, $5. Did you see the clip that Andrew Schulz was saying about West Huff? Yeah, we mentioned this earlier. It's going viral. The Protestants are spurging out. Maybe that's your next target. Well, you guys can go to Twitter and comment underneath Andrew Schulz and tell him that I'd be happy to come on and discuss it with him if you'd like. Tipman, $10. 2 questions. What is your stance on open air preaching? Open air preaching. Well, I think that conceivably an Orthodox bishop could approve somebody to do that. It's not typical, but it's not impossible. But I think you're probably asking something from like a Protestant evangelical vantage point, which no, we don't think that people can just kind of go out and preach. Paul says you can't really be in the priesthood or teach without being called to that. So in our view, nobody can just do it. You have to be under authority who gives that blessing. Do you have a favorite Flannery O'Connor story? If so, which one? I like Everything That Rises Must Converge. I like the one about the tattoo. I forget the name of it. I like the Artificial N-Word. Those are all classics. But I really liked Wise Blood too. Wise Blood was great. Anonymous, $10. Appeal to Kylacism. Rhetorical fallacy committed by speakers who use exaggerated hand gestures, frantic movements, overconfident tones, ceiling staring, and rapid-fire jargon to appear to be knowledgeable. Exactly. That's exactly what Kylaism is. The Kylas fallacy. Well, Emmanuel, $5. She tried to make you look dumb for not knowing the difference between absolutism and objectivism, which even if you granted the difference was not relevant to her point at all. Yeah, I understand that the words can be used to refer to different things, but they can also be referring to the same things, as we saw with the identification between subjectivism and relativism, right? We just saw this a couple minutes ago when I looked up the definitions, which is what these people do, right? They go to Britannica, Wikipedia, Encyclopedia Britannica, they look up the definitions, and they say, look, here it is, this is what it means. Yeah, but the definitions actually use the terms like interchangeably. So that was the point I was making. It's like I could say For example, if I believe in moral absolutes, then I believe that morals are objective. Like, this shouldn't even really be controversial. All she was trying to do was, like, get distracted and derailed onto words. If you notice, in the second day, Jim Bob called her out on that, because Jim Bob was asking the girl next to him about her morals, and that she was the one saying that she wants to be a pop star and she doesn't care about offspring, and she's pro abobo, and but she wants a traditional man. And then Jim Bob started grilling her on that, and then Erudite came and derailed the whole conversation by trying to get Jim Bob to talk about ectopic pregnancies, which has nothing to do with what they were talking about. So it was a total derailing. Mitchell Jennings, relativity means it's relative to a subject, therefore it's subjective. That's actually what I said that at one point in the discussion too. I said I can say that as a subject, I am a moral relativist and an ethical relativist and an epistemic relativist. I mean, it's just like basic word shit, dude. This is so stupid. Mitchell, do you want to call in? It's like not even. Do you want me to pull these things back up again? Like, we had it on the screen like 5 seconds ago, right? Okay, can everybody read that? Now let's look up. When we look at what relativism is, there's many forms of it, right? Do you remember I actually said this in the debate? I said you can be a moral relativist and epistemic relativist. And what's the commonality there? There are no absolute truths. Okay, well, let's look up subjectivism. What is subjectivism? Rejection of absolute truth. I mean, this is just word games, dude. People overuse this in debates. You're just trying to play word games. This was actually trying to play word games. Like, literally. The words are literally defined interchangeably. D and G.
Hi, can you hear me?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm a catechumen in the church, and I was wondering, how do you personally deal with having Protestant family members as an Orthodox Christian? Do you engage with them with the same kind of detailed arguments that you use online, or do you mostly just leave it alone and focus on having a good relationship with them?
Leave it alone. Definitely not with your family. You're never going to convince your family members. Great question, by the way. You'll never convince your family members through argumentation. The only time when I think that's useful is if your family members specifically ask you a question, then you can answer it, but otherwise, no. I would just not even waste any time trying to debate family members. 1010, what's up, man? It just never works, especially not with parents or older brothers or sisters. Like, they're just going to see you as the, person pooping their pants in 4th grade, right? You're never going to argue them into something, no matter how good your arguments are. 1010, what's up, man? Unmute.
Good, and doing good. Jay, I just wanted to say real quick, I saw the videos with this crazy Destiny, female Destiny. Mm-hmm. Dude, I just want to say this. This is not your level. You shouldn't be wasting your time with these fucking retards. Like, honestly.
Well, it was a joke debate. I wasn't doing it. It was tongue-in-cheek. It wasn't a serious debate.
It's so stupid. I didn't see your comments where you were saying, like, in the videos, like, you're the female version of Destiny. I just saw, like, a couple of clips, and I said, okay, this is Destiny, the female version of Destiny.
No, she actually literally is, like, they're, like, close collaborators.
It's insane. Anyways, I'm going to drop back down, but it was funny.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, this was the Dasha debate was also, tongue-in-cheek. They're not super serious debates. Proto, what's up, man? If it was a serious debate, there would have been a formal, moderated, timed, answer response. That's not what this is. This is more of a entertainment, blood sports type thing. What's up, Proto? By the way, I was looking forward to a formal debate with Ridvan, so, sucks that didn't go through, but whatever. Proto, you want to talk? Get on mute, man. See if we can hear you better now. All right, I guess he can't hear us, so we'll go to CJ and then J-Doc. What's up, CJ? Guys, remember to support the stream through Super Chats. Super Chats are done either through Streamlabs or natively through YouTube. You can click right there. We got Necro Splitter, $2, $3. You should do a collab with Eric Brugenhagen and Bully Pencil Necks. Are those real people or are those fake names? I mean, I remember in the midst of this hours of yapping, and I'll be honest with you, like 3 or 4 days later, I don't even remember which day was what was happening. I remember at one point when this was being argued, this is what I was trying to say. Maybe I failed to say it well in the midst of a total of 11 hours of debating. Relativism and subjectivism can mean the exact same thing. That's what I remember trying to say when I was saying I subjectively believe that everything is relative, right? I as a subject, I mean, it's just like, I don't understand. I'm actually lost in how this is not clear, right? Relativism of any form is the denial of absolutes in any of those domains or disciplines. So it's ethical relativism, moral or epistemic relativism, factual relativism. They're all unified in the assumption or the belief that there are no absolutes. Subjectivism is the stance that emphasizes the role of the individual in shaping reality and knowledge, and it is premised on the rejection of absolute truths. Do you see that these are the same? Or they're essentially referring to or meaning the same thing? That we are even having to debate this is like debating with children. But children often get hung up on words. Same thing with heretics. Heretics get hung up on the meanings of words. CJ, what's up, man? I'm mute.
What's up, Jay? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, yeah, I just watched the Ruslan video. I actually got his Patreon because I didn't want to wait. You did a great job on it, and I just had an observation.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. Did you see the whole thing? You saw the whole thing?
No, I watched the whole thing.
Okay.
I got his Patreon to watch the whole 4 hours.
Okay. Let me ask you a question because I haven't seen the whole thing. Now,
you haven't?
No, this is my test of Ruslan's goodwill, good faith attitude because I want to know: did he leave in me calling out fallacies?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so Ruslan's a good faith guy. Good.
He left it in. It was like it was unedited and everything.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was really good. First thing I noticed was it was crazy seeing you in HD 4K. I was like, dang, who is this?
Yeah. Yes, it was. I liked it. He actually had a good studio. It was a really cool studio. Yeah.
It looks really nice. Yeah, it's time for you to get rid of that potato webcam.
I want to get a real studio set up. I do.
It's time. But the biggest observation to me, especially, this is across any time any Protestant's talking to any Orthodox, it always boils down to like, you'll present every single argument and point against Protestantism and for Orthodoxy, and then they always just back into this corner and go, man, that just seems too hard and complicated. Like, he said it at the end. One of the very last things you guys talked about was, like, salvation and, like, the toll houses and all that stuff. And he was like, man, Jay, I don't know, just your view of salvation just seems kind of scary. And I'm always thinking, yeah, but what if it's true? You know, like, that. How are you going to argue against it by just saying, yeah, that doesn't seem right and scary? And you even said that. You're like, yeah, well, the Bible gives so much warning against walking away and falling from your faith. And he's just like, it seems kind of scary. And I noticed that about Protestantism. It's kind of just this lowest common denominator, the easiest thing that we could get to make ourselves feel secure. Somebody else had pointed that out. I was just wondering if, like, you felt that coming across from him.
Yeah, that was kind of where he ended that section on the sola fide.
Yeah, he just stopped it too. He's like, how about comedy?
Yeah, now tell me, what was your thought on that whole hour and a half sola fide debate there?
Oh, I wish it was longer. I wish you guys had gotten into it more. And I did like. I've watched Ruslan for a long time, and I'm actually a Protestant myself that's coming out of it. Like, my conversion to Orthodoxy is inevitable at this point. And I've been watching him since I was in the Protestant sphere, still fully within the Protestant ideology. And as I've started coming out of it, I still enjoy his videos and his takes and stuff. So I think he's pretty good faith in all of it. But there is so much. I say he's in good faith, but there also feels like a lot of pride underneath it. Like, he's got this whole empire built upon Protestantism and kind of your own understanding. It's the whole thing with any Protestant pastor or any ministry that's built upon, this is my interpretation of Scripture and this is my way of doing things. Right. And so if I were to convert to they know it's false. They know Protestantism is false. He's had so many Orthodox on. He's had so many people, so many scholars. You have to, at some point, he's not stupid. You got to see, okay, this falls flat. Like, even like seeing Wes Huff on Flagrant, even Andrew Schulz is arguing against him. You know, they have to understand it, but there's so much pride and ego built up within your own ideology of this Tower of Babel that you've built up of your own understanding, that if you were to go into Orthodox, you have to, like the Bible says, humble yourself, get low, and be underneath and go, yeah, everything I've been building this on is, I have to reject it.
Yeah. Let me play this clip. Let's see if...
Yeah, I have another question too.
All right, let me see this clip here.
Orthodox have been holding it true this entire time. Then the Catholics kind of change it up a little bit.
Well, no, it's trickier than that.
And then the thing that the Catholics create gets changed up again. And then it gets changed up again, and gets changed up again, and gets changed up again. But them Orthodox have been holding it true this whole time.
I mean,
kind of crazy how that.
Is that the right place? Yeah. You got to talk to the cops.
I'm just saying. It seems
they got Jesus' house in Cairo. So
yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah. So that's the Coptics. So they're another group.
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of different factions, right?
So,
but
what does bringing up Coptics have to do with that question?
I think you have a central core, which we would all adhere to approximately, but then you have differentiations in like theological disagreements. The Protestant Reformation was to reform all of that and go back to the primitive church.
The primitive church is?
Well, like what Scripture teaches.
Which would be closest to?
I don't think it's necessarily closest to any of them. Like, I don't...
Wait a minute. I thought the purpose of the Reformation was to go back to the primitive church.
He can't say it. Like,
and which one was that? Well, we don't really have any of that. Yeah. See, this is what now. Now, after the Ruslan podcast, he said he wants to put together some kind of event, right? And he's like, I want to get you to debate somebody. And I was like, all right, let's do Wes Huff. He's like, you want to debate Wes Huff? I was like, yeah, dude, sure. And then he's like, if he'll do it, and he's like, and if you want to do Alex O'Connor. So I suggested, why don't we try either Alex O'Connor or Wes Huff? But he really thinks that the debate on canon of Scripture with Wes Huff would be a good debate. So I think that'll be fun.
I think that would be good. Yeah. And, there was another clip of him on there. I don't know if you saw it too, but Andrew's like, yo, basically, can you steel man the Orthodox position?
Really?
And he just goes, oh, yeah. He says, can you steel man the Orthodox position? He's like, I'm not even joking this way. He's like, I would basically just say sola scriptura.
What?
Yeah.
That's the steel man?
Yes, if you go to the Instagram, go to Christ and Culture's Instagram. Have you seen that guy? Look up Christ.
I think that guy's I think he's a Coptic pretending to be Orthodox. Is he? Annoying, but let me play this.
Claim that
feels kind of Orthodox.
What Jesus
feels like you don't want to admit it.
Oh, no, I'm not Orthodox.
No, this guy is like a diehard Orthodox Christian.
I just went to Turkey and I had a tour guide and he was breaking the whole thing down to me. I was like, oh, I've been lied to my whole life.
Yeah. Nice. Anything else you want to leave us with, CJ?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so that was my big observation from it. And then I also have a question about what was it? Oh, your take on like formal pedagogy, really. Like, I really admire your understanding of things and your knowledge. I want to myself become more studied, and I would love to go and take some theological schooling or something. But you said that you advise against it, that you don't really like the prestige of.
Well, no, it's rather that no. It's nothing to do with the actual notion of classical education and pedagogy at an academic level. It's that many of the modern institutions are brainwashing social justice facilities. So if you have the money and ability, no, there's nothing wrong with finding a good private school or some university that could, give you a good education. It's really just a case by case basis. But I would not say get into debt to think as a hetero white male you're gonna be a professor in the future. You're not going to be welcomed in academia if you're a hetero white male Christian.
Yeah, no way. I was just basically wondering like what your ideas of like stepping stones to become more educated.
Yeah, I would say you could check out my philosophy lecture, which is the course, which is for sale at Reason. University of Reason, Autonomy, Agora Marketplace. That link is in the show description. The philosophy course is always available if you guys want to get it. It is a little pricey, but it's also something that took me a long time to put together. It's a pretty intensive course. Father Deacon pops in for the epistemology class. Father Vladimir comes on for the aesthetics class. So, we try to cover everything from the pre-Socratics all the way up to Nietzsche and postmodernism. And there's that course right there if you'd like to go that route. And the advantage of kind of doing it that way is that you don't have to jump through all the hoops of the legacy education system. So I do think education will move away from the legacy model of, the four-year university and all that. There's still advantages of that if you want to do it, if you have somebody paying for it. That's the only way I would say to do it. Otherwise, the only other thing that I can think of that you couldn't get through kind of choosing your own courses is that you'll be forced to be disciplined to write the papers, and writing hundreds of pages of papers in undergrad and grad school, you can't replace that. So you will be missing out on that because when you do your own sort of coursework, even if you're really diligent, you're not going to be writing the papers. So you're not engaging in the ability to formulate your ideas in a persuasive way through text. And there's just really no way to replace that. So you can do okay, though, without that and make up for it if you just want to be kind of self-educated. There are people who are self-taught. Nothing wrong with that. But, the only thing I can think of that the traditional education system is going to instill in you is it's going to force you to read the stuff that you don't want to. And it's going to force you to become a writer. That's the only thing I can think of. Orthogal, what's up? And by the way, Father Deacon Ananias has courses. You can follow him on Twitter and his channel and go get his courses as well on epistemology, logic, etc. What's up, Orthogal?
Hey, so I have a question. I know you were Catholic for like 10 years before you came to Orthodoxy. So I'm just trying to find out, why would someone leave Orthodoxy to go to Catholicism?
Well, in my experience, the ones that I've seen do that, most of the time it's for kind of pretty goofy reasons. Usually it's a person they met that they fall in love with. It's subjective reasons like, I prayed the rosary and I felt this way. Mary came to me in a dream. I'm not kidding. It's like they'll have these sort of almost charismatic type things that they think are indicators telling them that papism is true. Very rarely have I ever heard like strictly theological things moving people in that direction.
So this person says that there's no universal teaching in the Orthodox Church.
But they're going to find out that same standard doesn't exist in Rome either.
Because I know you got different rites in Catholicism.
Well, it's not just different rites. You're going to have complete contradictions between pre-Vatican II and post-Vatican II teaching. So this is a sales pitch that the Roman Catholic pop apologists have, which is that, there's no theological unity in Orthodoxy. No, actually, there's more theological unity in the Orthodox Church than there is in Rome.
Because I know you got like the Greeks and the Rocor, and they all differ in regards to baptism and how one is received into the church. So that's just, what do you say to that?
The assumption that there has to be one way to receive converts itself is not necessary. There is no necessary single way that something has to be done. If you have a church that accepts economia and different like more decentralization and flexibility on something like that, that's not a net positive for Roman Catholicism unless the Roman Catholic position is true. So do you understand what I'm saying? And by the way, you're the people who say this kind of stuff haven't experienced Rome, because you're going to find all the same problems and worse in Rome that you think are not. It's a grass is greener type of thing, where they think, well, here's these problems in Orthodoxy, I'm going to over here to avoid those problems. Then all you're getting is a whole new set of worse problems.
Right. I mean, the Catholics that I've encountered always have some type of dream, some type of feeling, some type of...
Exactly.
What is it all delusion?
Yes.
Do you think? I mean...
Yeah. I mean, the reasons that they choose are problems that, number one, are also in Rome. And number two, they're really dumb reasons to choose a church to begin with. So because Rome says that all baptisms are, quote, valid outside the church if they're done in a certain way. So that's going to tell you, how does that tell you what the true church is? I mean, that's, at first it's just a silly, how do you know that that's the thing that tells you what the true church is? Just because
I guess
converts are received in the same way? I mean, so it's like, why is that the thing?
But I mean, they would say like, oh, well, I guess theology is more black and white. I mean, I don't know, than it is in Orthodoxy. I mean, this is the type of stuff that I'm just hearing.
Right, I understand. What is that? What, like, so in Rome it's more black and white, or in Orthodox it's more black and white?
No, in Rome, Catholicism. Is that right?
You're saying that the people interested in Catholicism are telling you that it's more black and white. Correct. Well, that only works if, in fact, the issues in question are black and white, and maybe they're not. Maybe there is. If you look at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, like, it lays out different ways for different groups to be received into the church. Not everybody has to be received in the same way. Sometimes the baptism, if it was, say, the Sixth Council says if it was a Unitarian baptism, that's not even a baptism. But in other situations, the canons say you can receive people by profession of faith and rejection of the heresies and chrismation. So there's flexibility in the canons, I believe, for reception of converts, and so I don't even think it's really an issue. It could be abused by ecumenists, and in that sense, it's an issue. But the reception of converts being flexible itself is something that I think is a positive for Orthodoxy, and it's canonical. It doesn't itself prove that Catholicism is better unless you have the assumption that one way to do it is what proves Catholicism, which is a stupid reason to become a Catholic.
Mm-hmm. So I'm reading into it, and I'm seeing that a lot of the, like, apparitions, and it's very charismatic.
Absolutely.
It's very,
yeah.
And
it's emotionalism, sensationalism, histrionic, charismatic. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, what does Sam Shamoon say? That he became a Catholic because he had dreams or something, and then he met Roman Catholics in his life, and it was God talking to him and telling him, just like the orbs appear. It's dumb.
Not that God can't work outside the church to guide someone to Christ, but
those can't be the reasons that I choose the true religion, because if that's the case, then any supposed dream or manifestation could be telling me anything and taking me into any cult out there. I mean, if I meet a Mormon tomorrow, God's telling me to become a Mormon. I met the Mormons at the grocery store. That's a sign. It's divine providence. I prayed the prayer. I got the burning in my bosom. Therefore, Mormonism is true. But good questions, Ortho. Chrissy, what's up? Father Deacon, do you want to comment on that? I don't want to monopolize the chat.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, so actually I actually had a question, and it's actually nice that it just came up with, like, the whole Sam Shamoon where, like, God's talking to me, and I have these visions and this type of thing. One of the things I've noticed of people that I talk to who are also Christian is that pretty commonly they have, like, some sort of specific event or some sort of specific moment in their life where they think, like, essentially they were, like, and it's a weird way of putting it, I've heard, but essentially touched by Christ, where, like, they heard this moment that is completely anecdotal. They can't explain even what the hell was going on, but they said that's kind of what pushed it towards it. Now, And I did have a similar moment, but it wasn't like, oh, well, God's talking to me, I should go towards this now. It was more so, okay, this is like a really weird fucking thing to happen. I'm going to look into this and see if this potentially is the right way to go. And then that's kind of when I got introduced to people like you, Andrew Wilson, Jim, Bob, these types of people. And the way you guys explain things just made perfect sense to me, because there were things to that. And it even makes more sense now reading about how, like, men knows the truth on their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
It made even more sense to me, because then I realized that I knew these things were the case for, like, a really long time. And it just kind of took sort of the introduction into orthodoxy through logic, I think, is what really kind of solidified it for me. Because I think that's one of the biggest hurdles I think maybe most people have when becoming Orthodox is basically they have this sort of programmed idea that society's put in them that, oh, well, it's a cult and it's all this and it's all that. But it's like, no, it's the only position that makes any sense.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's the only one that can even explain, for example, obviously, like things like laws of logic, anything immaterial that has to be true due to the impossibility of the contrary. And so the question is sort of like this, where I understand, at least I think I understand, that solely joining like any church solely based on some anecdotal experience, you know, that like you just can't explain but seems like supernatural, is a dumb reason. But do you think it's essentially less of a problem if it's not like some sole reason, but more so a motivator to do research into different churches?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, you know, having those experiences, but you can't make those the foundation of your worldview or your belief, because those things come and go. I mean, your feelings come and go, you know what I mean? And there's going to come a time when you don't feel like, you know, going to church, and you don't feel like God's with you or this, so you can't base it on emotions and this kind of stuff, or even some, you know, singular experience, even if it was a legitimate, hardcore, intense experience. I'm trying to find that. It reminds me of this thing from that Eric Sammons, that traditional Catholic dude, put up a while back, because it's a good example of what we're talking about, where it was that weird Catholic woman who's supposedly would just bleed like from all of her orifices and buckets of blood.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
And I saved it in my bookmarks. I'm trying to scroll back to it. It's just funny, and it's like, I'm just baffled that anyone thinks that this proves something. It's just like, first of all, it's weird, and it's not miraculous, and it's dubious. And what is it supposed to prove? Go ahead.
I was going to say that, like, because you were talking about, like, the lady where she's, like, bleeding out of every orifice. It's like, she could just have a terminal disease, guys.
Yeah, maybe she's got some kind of weird disease, or it's a
leprosy
fraud. Yeah. I know I've got it saved in the bookmarks. I'm just trying to find it, but...
Yeah. And then I did have another question, if that's all right. It has to do with the whatever debate.
Yeah.
So I was watching that live, and oh my God. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, no one, you know, with a even, you know, double digit, you would say that she's a good debater. But there was a specific super chat that really sums it up perfectly. It's like, well, she stopped slurring, so she dropped the wine, but her arguments have not gotten any better. Just not even remotely better.
Yeah, I watched some of. I didn't know that she debated Andrew like 2 or 3 years ago. Because my first time I saw her was her debating Jim Bob a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, when the feminism one.
Yeah,
right?
And then it looks like basically she's just been repeating the same stuff for like 3 or 4 years. So
yeah, well, because I think when they debated, it also wasn't like, it was similar to the sort of panel that they had with all the girls on it and everything, where it wasn't like some formal debate or anything, but it was mainly it was force. And then not only that, but it was what was it? What was her position? Oh, it was that women are better at organizing people, and she tried applying the idea of like women organizing the home to running a government and adjudicating roles in government. I was like, no, those aren't even comparable. And it also becomes a false dichotomy because one is heavily based on this nurturing factor, this cohesiveness of don't fight, guys, we need to be a cohesive family. It's like there is a sense of that in certain government positions, but it's not instituted by that position.
Oh, here it is.
It's
Here it
usually
is. Yeah.
natural.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I appreciate your comments. I'm not trying to be rude, but I do want to move on. So, I don't know why this wouldn't come up when I searched for it. I had to freaking scroll for an hour. Theresa Neumann, okay, the mystic and stigmatic that this goober tradcat guy is always promoting. She's lesser known than Padre Pio. She had the stigmata for decades. She didn't eat food or water for 35 years. Okay, who believes this? I'm sorry, I just don't believe that this fat woman, by the way, she's fat. And she just bled nonstop for decades, buckets of blood. I don't believe that. But to Roman Catholics and traditional Catholics, this is like, they think this proves the religion. To me, it just blows my mind that this is what they think is like a proof. It's just like, I don't even know what to say to that. How does this prove anything? Michael Hinton, $10. Do you think that any serious person that watched that debate took Erudite seriously? No, not any serious person. I got 1 hour in and I had to stop because I facepalmed 5 times. She just spurred. Yeah, exactly. Kyle Hansen, what's up, man? Welcome to memberships. We're going to move on. Let's see. Jordan, do you want to say something quick? Yep. Steam. What's up, Steam? Unmute Steam.
Hey, can you hear me, Jay?
What's up?
I just wanted to give like my 2 cents on Catholicism, and I honestly feel like most of these people just don't even read anything about like the pre-schism church. I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen, but the new thing that they're all spouting about is that like we're all Donatists in the Orthodox Church, and clearly just don't even know what Donatism is.
Yeah, I could read out from St. Athanasius's festal homilies where he says that there's no Eucharist outside the church. I could just read the quote and they would think it's Donatism when it's St. Athanasius.
Yeah,
but yeah, thank you for your comments. I agree. Theocrastic, what's up? Donatism has to do with the sins of the minister administering the sacrament, invalidating the sacrament. That is not the same thing as whether or not the grace and the sacraments exist outside the faith. 2 different things. What's up, man? All right, he can't connect. Agent Zero. And then we'll go to Zach.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, JR? Are you still taking geopolitical comments / questions?
Sure.
So I've been thinking that people who say that America is owned by Israel are kind of overhyping the amount of power that Israel has. And the fact that Trump separated himself from Netanyahu, I feel like is a major kind of indication of that view. What do you think of that?
It kind of supports the take that I've had, right? Like, I've had this sort of like, yeah, there's power, there's influence. I don't know if it's total. People have attacked me and went at me for years over that. I was very explicit on the Hodge Twins podcast about the power and influence that Israel has, which is undoubtable. I mean, whether it's espionage with the Pollard case or countless other espionage operations with Jeff Stein McEffrey, it still doesn't mean that it's like total control, right? A lot of influence, a lot of power, but I've never accepted the quote total control position.
Would you say it's more of kind of the World Economic Forum is kind of at the top at the moment?
Well, they seem to be waning in power too. I don't know about at the top. I think I would say the Rothschilds and the banking elite were at the top, and people are beginning to question that whole system.
And do you mind if I ask a literary question? It's a little off topic. It's okay if not.
Sure.
And I promise I'm not trolling. I know you really don't like Harry Potter, and I'm Orthodox as well. I actually became Orthodox through your work, so I really appreciate it.
I don't mind Harry Potter. My main criticism is that she seems to have kind of borrowed a lot of stuff from other. I know every fantasy writer is going to borrow some, but it's a little over borrowed. I mean, if she'd have just done a little less borrowing, I would have liked it better. But I'm not like a Harry Potter. I actually kind of like it. All right.
I think I won't take up much of your time, but I think you'd actually enjoy the last 3 books. They're kind of a lot of like spycraft and things of that nature.
I might actually read that eventually.
Yeah, I think you'd really enjoy the last 3. I would skip the first 4 and just do the last 3.
Okay. Well, hey man, appreciate it, Agent Zero. Great questions, and yeah, I think this Trump sort of distancing himself from Netanyahu kind of proves the nuanced relationship position that I've been arguing, that it's not all black or white. Zach, what's up, man? Zach, are you there? All right, I guess he didn't turn his mic on. We'll move on to Nishan. And then Christ is King. Nishan, what's up, man? Unmute.
Hello? Yo, Jay Dyer.
Yep.
What's up, man? I'm so nervous right now.
What's on your mind?
Could I ask you, so I saw Gavin Ortland, like my Presbyterian friend sent me a Gavin Ortland, website on, like rebuttals of the sinlessness of Mary, and I just want to ask you on one question.
Sure.
So in like Luke 2:35, when it says like a sword will pierce through your heart.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the website, Gavin Ortland referred to Saint Basil's letter 260,
mm-hmm.
and he said how Saint Basil was basically saying Mary sinned. Well, how do you you rebut that?
Let's see. Well, first of all, I don't have a problem saying that Basil could make an error, because we don't base any of our positions or theology on like one theology of one church father. So you said it's letter what?
260.
Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Let's pull up Luke. All right, let's see what Basil says. About the words of Simeon to Mary, there is no obscurity or variety of interpretation. Simeon blessed them and said to Mary, his mother, behold, the child is set for the fall and rise of many in Israel, for a sign that would be spoken against. Yea, a sword shall pierce through your own soul also, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed. Here I'm astonished, after passing by the previous words, as requiring no explanation, you should inquire about the exposition. Yea, a sword will pierce through your own soul. To me, this question, how the same child can be for the fall and rising again, and what sign this should be spoken against, did not seem perplexing than the question of how a sword shall pierce through Mary's heart. My view is that the Lord is for the falling and rising of many. Do you know, does it say where in this homily it says that?
9.
Oh, 9. Okay, let's go down here. By a sword is meant the word that tries and judges our thoughts, pierces and divides against soul and spirit. Every soul is in the hour of passion was subjected, as it were, to a kind of searching. At that hour, the word of the Lord said, you will all be offended because of me. Simeon therefore prophesied that Mary herself, when standing before the cross, beholding what was done, hearing the voices, after a secret knowledge of my conception, after the great miracles, that her soul might feel a tempest. The Lord was bound to be a taste of death for every man, to become a propitiation. And the words justify all men by his own blood. Even you yourself, who has been taught from on high, the things concerning the Lord shall be reached by some doubt. That is the sword. That the thoughts and hearts of many shall be revealed. He indicates that the fence of the cross shall come swiftly, and to Mary herself, confirming her. Yeah, so it does seem like Basil thinks that Mary doubted at the cross, according to that statement. And I would just say that Basil made an error.
All right.
It's a fair question, though. But, I mean, I could ask Gavin Ortland, like, does he agree that the canon of Scripture was in error for many centuries until when?
The 4th century.
Well, he believes it was the 4th century?
I mean, if he's getting his canon from St. Jerome, I would suppose so.
Well, why would we get it from Jerome? Says who?
Oh, no, I'm not a Protestant. I don't.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying hypothetically, if a Protestant was here and saying that, oh, we follow Jerome's canon, I'd be like, okay, but why?
Yeah, you're just picking and choosing at that point.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I mean, I don't want to overstress this, but thank you for your question. Like, there's a lot of debate and discussion amongst church fathers on various passages, various texts. They don't always agree. So you're going to find, for example, if you read Father Seraphim Rose's book on Genesis, creation, early man, he critiques maybe even all three Cappadocians. Maybe not Basil, but I know he critiques Gregory of Nazianzus and Gregory of Nyssa because they thought that gender was a result of the fall. And I just don't see how you can, I think that's just totally wrong. But I'm not going to like throw out the Cappadocians because they made a mistake. Also, Father Deacon Patrick's book on Origen also points this out. The Cappadocians were very influenced by Origen. I mean, I don't think that makes them heretics, even though Origen was a heretic. The Cappadocians had some Origenistic views that the church didn't eventually totally accept. And I think even St. Maximus made this error. Maximus believes that gender is a result of the fall also because he follows the Cappadocians on this point. And I just think it's simply wrong. But there's nothing contrary to orthodoxy in Augustine being wrong, Cappadocians being wrong. So remember, heresy is not being wrong. It's being obstinate and not listening to the teaching of the church and in the mind of Christ. What's up, Nishan?
Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Well, so I have a question about presuppositionalism and the transcendental argument.
Okay.
It's, well, you say that we have to justify our presuppositions, but I would say that, that I believe in the preconditions of knowledge.
The what?
Because they are necessary, the preconditions of knowledge.
Okay. Preconditions, yeah.
I would say that I believe in the preconditions of knowledge because they are necessary for thinking rationally.
Yeah, but that still doesn't get you to justification because if you read the Mannion paper, he'll point out how you can, there's arguments that are defeaters for that not achieving justification, such as, well, maybe I'm a Kantian and I think that for my mental conceptual scheme and understanding of the world, that's necessary. But how do I know the world's really that way?
Well, it's kind of like the way you argue that the preconditions of knowledge need a justification, but God doesn't, right?
Well, the problem is with the reason I say God doesn't is that God's the ultimate authority by definition within the paradigm, within the system. There's no other place that you could conceivably go to, quote, justify God. It wouldn't even make sense. That's not the same thing as saying, well, why can't I just say that the preconditions don't require justification? Well, because they're not God by definition. They're a different type of thing. God is a metaphysically grounding type of being, and the preconditions are not. That doesn't, just to say that they just are doesn't tell us what they are. It doesn't tell us how they are, or it doesn't give any relationship between them and how they relate to one another, which is necessary for a worldview.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But do you understand why I agree with you that, yeah, the preconditions are necessary for any kind of discourse or argumentation or meaning, But the reason that that's not enough for epistemic justification is that one could argue, as the Mannion paper does, that just because it appears as if those things are necessary for justification, that doesn't tell me that they are really existing. Maybe it just appears that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Father Deacon, are you there?
Oh, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, read the Mannion paper, Russ Mannion's paper on...
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things, too. You know, I was working with my godson, Tony, who's writing the book that Russ was working on before he passed away. Necessary conditions, forms, all these things do not have epistemic standing or in a position to reveal.
Mm-hmm.
They're not persons. They're not going to, and that's the most important thing too. We can say certainly these are like within our paradigm, we're going to argue they're necessary conditions, but how do we justify that?
Didn't you, in your other paper on Quine and psychologism, or that epistemology is done for and becomes psychology, didn't you argue something about, well, maybe we're schizophrenic and it appears as if all these things make sense? And
right, yeah.
And this is a defeater for why this doesn't achieve justification.
Yeah, and again, it just moves it back. So why is that a justification?
Exactly.
That I can't psychologically do something?
Right.
We're all schizophrenic, or I'm all conditioned away. So at some level, the very best you could get at is, even if you could kind of get a God's eye point of view, you're just giving a description. You're not saying that this is in the normative realm, but this is how you ought to be.
Right.
These are the conditions of the way they ought to work, or something like that. It would simply just be saying, at best, and this is the Quine position, and you can't even get there because it requires a kind of 30,000-foot vista, right, to see over the. But at best, let's say I granted that. All it's telling you is just giving a description of what what's happening in your psychology. Oh, in order to do this, you do that. Just kind of real psychology behaviorist kind of model. But that doesn't ever get us into the category of justification. Yeah, but is that a good reason? And how would we know that's a good reason?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Great point. Yeah, I was kind of overthinking it because I know in the Mannion paper he says at one point something like, well, maybe what if you're a Kantian and for your mental conceptual schema, all these things make perfect sense and it seems to work, but that doesn't tell you if it's actually that way in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting. In some sense, that's Barry Stroud's critique of transcendental arguments.
Right.
People always are like, well, how do you guys answer? I'm like, Barry Stroud's argument proves tack.
Exactly. We would agree with Stroud. Exactly.
Like, yeah, like you can't, from an autonomous position, be like, well, I'll use a transcendental argument. You're still just, at the best, you get, I worked out the rules of my little chess game in my head.
Yes.
The things are necessary, but that never gets you to a verification principle that any of these things exist.
Derek?
So we would say, absolutely, thank you, Barry Stroud. You proved our...
Derek, what's up?
Hey, I just have a couple of questions. I've studied, just about everything. And I'm always trying to reconcile the things. And I kind of approach things in this way. I go, okay, well, this is based on Christ. Is this based on Christ as a foundation?
Is that a question?
Yes, just quickly. I mean, I'm just like, is Christ the foundation of the Orthodox Church?
Yeah, we would say that the Orthodox Church is the one that Christ set up.
Yes. Okay, so with that, the contrast between Christ alone. So this is where I get to. I go, I want to know. I'm always trying to find out if somebody knows Christ better than I do, because it's a personal thing, correct? So I just want to know, how does the juxtaposition of Christ and his cryptic purpose, stated cryptography within his parables, very, very clear that that's what he was doing. That's where
Hold
That's
on.
why he referenced
If they're
keys.
if they're cryptic, how are they clear?
You have to understand cryptography. I'm a cryptographer, so there is nothing more clear than my cryptography once you know how to unencrypt it. That's how you know for fact that it is what you're seeking.
Okay.
Cryptography, that's how cryptography works. If you want to verify a software application to be the one that came from the person that you were, or a letter, an email, came from the person you said.
Yeah. Do you think
see what I'm
that,
saying?
right, do you think that Christianity is a historic religion?
Is a historic religion? Well, I would say on the record, on the books, it's a historic religion. At least it states that it is. And the information that we have presented to us states that it certainly would be. Well, at least established in 325 CE.
325.
Council and Nicaea really kind of set up what the structure of what everything is at this point.
So you don't think we can read the church fathers prior to Nicaea to see if they taught the same thing?
I don't. It's not about the church fathers. The church father would be Christ. So that's where I go to. I don't look at anything.
Okay, I'm
There's
asking
no
a different
secondary
question.
piece
I know
to it.
you think that, but you said that Nicaea established what we know as Christianity today, and I'm saying that an easy way to refute that is to read the church fathers prior to Nicaea to see if they taught the same thing after Nicaea.
That's what I'm saying. I'm usurping that. I'm going before that and saying I'm going to Christ.
I know that you believe that Jesus taught what you think, but what I'm saying refutes your claim that Christianity begins at Nicaea.
Well, that only refutes my claim if the second portion of it I believe in, or whether that was true.
Oh, gosh.
So you can't assume a secondary truth on top of a lie.
I mean, I don't. We've tried to have this conversation with you before, and it's like talking to a wall. If you believe that
it
Nicaea,
sounds the same to me. That's why it requires adults to have a mature conversation, because it's not. It's very much just a sight thing. You see it in a different way than I see it.
No, I mean,
That's
I can
all it
objectively read the church fathers prior to Nicaea, like Irenaeus, like Clement, like Ambrose.
So what makes the church fathers?
Stop! Why are you interrupting me? Because it disproves your claim.
Why are you offended?
Take it. I'm not offended. It's one by one. I'm going to refute the points. You said that what we know of as Christianity today begins at Nicaea, and I'm saying I'm going to refute that proposition and claim right there, because when I go to the church fathers that are prior to Nicaea, we'll get to Jesus in a minute. The church fathers prior to Nicaea teach the same thing as the ones after Nicaea. So the claim that Nicaea is the beginning of Christianity as we know it is false.
Well, how do you know that they taught the same thing?
Because I've read them for years. I can give you the citations.
How do you know what you're reading is accurate?
How do you know what you're reading? This is such a silly question. Why would I think that my reading of Irenaeus or Ignatius or any of these people is not accurate? Can you disprove my readings?
I don't know. Look at any type of leadership of anything, including the church today. Look at any example throughout history, and you'll find corruption at every single turn, that there is no such thing as anything that is truly divine in the structures of the world, which is why Christ told us to die to it.
Well, then your reading of the scriptures would also, by that same definition, be undercut, and thus you have no basis for your religion.
I don't have a religion. That's the difference. Neither did Christ.
Your position would mean that you don't know what Christ taught because it's also corrupted. The texts are corrupted.
Exactly. No, that's why the cryptography. That's why he.
All right, this
did
is
it.
too. This is too.
That's
nonsense.
too
This
difficult
is too
for you to
ridiculous.
absorb, but it's very true.
Cryptic. What's up?
It's amazing that people can't actually see just how easy.
That's just some Gnostic nonsense. That guy's a Gnostic.
Yeah, they don't see, like, they literally refute themselves and can't even see that. It's not hard.
Cryptic Santa, what's up? Unmute.
I was just trying to figure out what you guys were talking about.
It's open forum debate on the topics of Catholicism, feminism.
Just specifically that I understand that he is a heretic, but the question is, you mentioned that he's obstinate as a heretic.
What's my spiel about him?
It was just a word that came into my mind. I am Orthodox. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm just asking about when was he obstinate? As in, Because I know he's posthumously condemned.
No, he was actually, I think Saint Optatus in his own day refuted him.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I was just curious because I'm not familiar with, or like I know of Origen's writings. I've read some of them, but I haven't read anything against him like prior to the Fifth Council, right?
Yeah, the Fifth is the first council to come after him, but the Sixth Council has an entire 4-page refutation of his entire system in the Confession of Saint Sophronius.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really like. For some reason, there's a lot of weird people that really like Origen right now.
Yeah, because he is it's amenable to perennialism. It's amenable to syncretism and ecumenism.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't trying to say like you have something dumb to say about by saying a spiel. It just was.
There's history of Origen being persistent in error and trying to be corrected when he was alive. He also sought after the priesthood and was denied, and then sought out another way of going about it. So you get an insight into his kind of character as he's living. So these things are just condemned posthumously. As Jade said, there was something in him that was incorrigible and unwilling to be corrected in his own life. Yeah.
What are some good reading sources? I'm sorry to interrupt. What are some good reading sources for that specifically? Because there's a couple people I know who don't even view him as a saint, but they say that, well, the Orthodox position is dumb to condemn him because he's not obstinate like you claim that heretics need to be in order to be considered heretics. Otherwise, they say we should condemn.
First of all, he's condemned because he castrated himself, and one of the later canons mentions castration as something that can self-castration that I think you can be excommunicated for that. But I'm getting that there's a saint. It may not be Optatus. It might be there's another saint with an O name that I'm forgetting. But I came across this some years ago because there were people that argued that nobody wrote against Origen in his day, and there's not. There is one saint that wrote against him. It's not Saint Optatus, but there's another saint with an O name. It's escaping me at the moment, but he did write against Origen, contemporary to Origen. But even if there wasn't one, like, so what? What is that? Who says that if you're not written against in your day, you can't be condemned? That's
right.
It's a non sequitur.
They would just say that my standard for as Orthodox for not condemning Augustine for filioque and certain other things that we don't accept, that he's humble in submitting his writings to the church, but that Origen also didn't have that. That's the only reason why I was asking, is I'm looking for at least some form of argumentation against my Anglican friend who called into you a couple months ago. You might remember that conversation that's been.
Well, again, around. I mean, the highest authority in the church is an ecumenical council, and the Sixth Ecumenical Council. If you get the book Confession of Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem, his confession is accepted at the Sixth Council, and it contains an entire 4-page refutation of the entire system of Origenism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we don't care what some Anglican says about. Well, there has to be a person contemporary to them. There is. Sure. I cannot remember off the top of my head who that is, but. If anybody in the chat remembers, there is, I can't remember if it's Saint Optatus or who, but there is a saint. I guarantee you there is. I just can't remember who it is off the top of my head that wrote contemporary with Origen.
Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty much it. I'm super interested in that topic specifically because obviously Origen is a super important figure in the early church, even if he is a heretic. So. It's obviously going to come up in conversation quite a bit with my non-Orthodox friends.
Oh, it's Saint Methodius, I think is who it is.
Methodius?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, Saint Methodius accused Origen of believing in reincarnation and, he existed pre-existence of souls, which is heretical.
Sure, and he definitely taught that. Like, everybody acknowledges that.
So, according to Google, which is not always reliable. Jerome, Theophilus of Alexandria, Epiphanius, Chrysostom, and Methodius wrote against I think Methodius is. I was getting him mixed up with Saint Optatus, but it's Methodius, I think.
It's interesting because I was actually asking you because I feel like I had Googled that before and I just didn't trust its dubious response. I think it even said that no one wrote against when I asked, like when I Googled it, I think it was like no one wrote against Origen until this specific time, and I was like, okay, interesting. Like I need to ask someone with a little more knowledge than
Yes,
Google
it is.
AI.
Oh, this is why I was thinking of Optatus, is that it's Methodius of Olympus. That's why. So Saint Methodius of Olympus wrote against Origen's doctrine about the resurrection, and so yeah, he has it's multiple points against Origen.
Yeah, castration is pretty up there too.
Yeah.
Obviously. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's pretty much all I had.
No, I'm glad you actually helped me remember that because end of the 3rd century, so that would be pretty close to almost contemporary, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's all I have.
All right. Thanks,
Like I
man.
said,
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Early Christian bishop, martyr, saint, church father. Yes. Thank God for an AI that actually worked this time. Owen, what's up, man?
Hello?
Yes, what's up?
Hey, I have a question about Bitcoin.
Okay.
Is that within the topic? My question is, why or why not? You're going to argue, I think, in the denial of the claim I'm going to make, which I don't necessarily hold to, but just as a hypothetical. Bitcoin as transhumanist. Why is Bitcoin not a transhumanist endeavor?
I can't see anything in the protocol of Bitcoin any more than email that would make it, quote, transhumanist.
Okay. Is it possible that the adoption of Bitcoin in society could promote transhumanism, or is that not a sufficient reason to fight against, so to speak, Bitcoin?
Transhumanism is, basically the idea that humans can transcend bodily limitations and achieve some sort of quasi-divine status through technology and bodily modification. And I don't see any necessary connection or even correlation between a monetary protocol that's digital and that. I mean, maybe if a bunch of Bitcoiners started saying, here's a brain chip that can store your seed phrase in your head, and this is the safest way to keep your Bitcoin in your mind, or like maybe they start arguing something like that. But I think the whole ethos of Bitcoin coming out of Austrian economics and a lot of libertarianism would still fundamentally be against the non-libertarian ideology of transhumanism.
Gotcha. Would it be fair at all to say that Bitcoin might encourage a disembodied nature of being? Pajot kind of talks about this a lot, that embodiment is central to the Christian ethos and to living as a human being. But Bitcoin, in some regards, is a disembodied form of currency compared to something like silver or gold.
Right.
How exactly does that principle of being embodied creatures play into the adoption or lack thereof?
Well, and that's a great question. I would say if a person really genuinely truly was committed to that, they would really be against banking apps doing any wire transfers. They would only be essentially exchanging gold doubloons or some kind of gold currency. Even doing gold notes is one level of abstraction away from the actual currency. So if we're going to be against all abstractions, then even paper currency is a type of a abstraction away from the actual physical transmission of gold. And the whole idea of Bitcoin is simply to make math the arbiter and not a government and not some criminal bank. So no, I think that the problem isn't disembodiment, because all mathematics is in some way disembodied. It's abstract. But just because it's abstract doesn't mean that it has no tactile interaction, because Bitcoin has tactile interaction at the level of, your seed phrase, at the level of you doing the transactions on the phone, at the level of the internet. That's still somewhat tactile. So the point is that we need math. We need something objective that is the basis of the monetary transaction, and not something that's can be manipulated and messed with. And the problem with even gold is that while gold is far superior to, government fiat currencies and the manipulation of, the Fed and all that kind of stuff, it can still be inflated. It can still be manipulated. It can still be inflated through gold. I think inflates at 2% a year because of mining. There's more gold added to the market every year, or maybe it's more than 2%, maybe 4%. You've also got a lot of deception that can occur with gold, like tungsten. So why would I not want I would argue, as I think the guy that helped write that book that I was interviewed, the Bitcoin guy I interviewed like a few months ago, Christian guy, he's evangelical, but he's a Christian guy. He argues that it's even more biblically, Bitcoin is even more biblically just than gold. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's a helpful response. I appreciate that. That plays into a slightly related question. Can we say as, I'm Orthodox, can we say as Orthodox Christians that things have inherent goodness in and of themselves? Specifically, something such as Bitcoin, we might say it has an inherent value in terms of virtue, which is higher than that of gold because of its inability to be corrupted, as you're saying. However, I've seen some Orthodox priests and patristic wisdom talking about how things aren't necessarily good or evil in and of themselves, but rather in how we utilize them as human beings using our free will. So with something like Bitcoin or other things in human experience, how exactly do we distinguish between something's intrinsic value and whether or not we just use it to our advantage or not?
Well, the first thing I would say is I would disagree with the point that there are things that are neither good nor bad, but everything that has being is good, because everything that exists has been created by God and thus has its being or existence from God. So in the beginning, when God said it is good, everything that has being is good. Even the demons, their nature itself is still good. So nothing that has being is, quote, evil. And evil only exists, quote unquote, in a negative sense, and in the misuse of something. Evil is only the use of the will against the good, the act of the will against the good. That's all evil is. And in fact, even the will itself is not evil. The will itself is still good, even when it's misused. So there's no thing at all that inherently is evil or bad. Evil only consists in the misuse. So I would say that gold in itself is good, but gold could be made into a weapon that kills people, right? So it's misused. Paper money, there's nothing inherently wrong with writing a piece of paper and saying I owe you $100, but the paper money fiat system can be misused and steal from the public on a mass scale. So I think the point of people who argue for Bitcoin is that it's not that there's absolutely no possibility of anybody misusing a currency, because it could be misused. I could get my Bitcoin and go buy, a bunch of hose or something. I could misuse anything that is inherently good for an evil purpose or for an evil action, sure. But that still doesn't take away from whether the system as a whole is still preferable to and more beneficial to and more just than the fiat system, which allows a bunch of centralized bankers and government colluders to steal from the public on a mass scale.
For sure. Yeah, It's a good response. I own Bitcoin as well. So
yeah, well, I appreciate
I'm not.
No, they're great questions, and Jordan Bush is the guy I was trying to think of, and he actually co-wrote the book with our friend Julia. Thank God for Bitcoin, which argues just from basic biblical principles about why we should have just economic principles, and why, yes, in the classical sense, gold is better definitely than fiat, because guys, remember, and I brought this up in the debate, nobody even knew what I was talking about. The US dollar used to be based on gold, right? And then you have Nixon removing it, the shock doctrine, from any hard currency. And that's the problem, is that allows for generational theft from the public through inflation and deception of on the part of the Fed. Metaphysics, Mike, what's up?
Hey, so I was listening earlier to the guy who was sort of implying that, Christianity started at Nicaea, and obviously that's wrong. However, I do find that there's some merit to the claim to a degree, because, and this is what I want to pitch towards you, essentially Christianity believes in Trinitarianism, which is fundamental to what Christianity is.
Right.
And I would argue that that made a very strong change at Nicaea. And in that sense, a new form of Christianity, I do think, did begin to emerge.
I did a 2-hour talk with Inspiring Philosophy where we went through well, not all, but 2 hours or hour and a half worth of pre-Nicene church fathers teaching the Trinity.
Do you know the name of that video offhand? Definitely want to write that down. Check it out.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right here.
Okay.
It's called "Did the Early Church Teach the Trinity?" And the channel is Inspiring Philosophy. And so that video is just us walking through everybody from like Justin Martyr to Irenaeus to Ignatius to even fragments of texts that are very obscure. But I mean, the New Testament and the Old Testament teach the God of the Old Testament is the Trinity.
By the way, my Friday night catechesis class, so tomorrow, we're in the Father Pomazansky books on the Trinity. And one of the things that, we just finished going through the Trinity in the Old Testament, the New Testament, Irenaeus, and all these.
This does not mean that ever.
One thing that's important to point out, and Father Pomazansky says this too, they believed in the Trinity in the Old Testament, but the language wasn't as developed. So, Jay, when you and I are arguing, for example, and we obviously believe in the same thing on a certain position, and I give an analogy or an explanation, you're like, oh, wow, that's great. Exactly. Is that a change? And this is basically what's happening in the church. And it's typically because people are coming up and heretics and stuff like that, that God begins to reveal himself more in terms of the language that's to be used. And we see this even with the Greek words too, the fluidity of language to be able to be fluid enough to describe the realities that you already believe in. So that doesn't mean there's a change in Christianity, because Christians all the way going into the Old Testament, they always believed in this. You getting better at explaining it in light of certain circumstances and stuff like that is not a change or a development.
Okay, so, I wanted to stick more to Nicaea, but I think that's a great point, so I will engage with that. So, do you believe that distinguishing between God's ousia and his hypostasis is necessary for the doctrine of the Trinity?
It becomes necessary when the doctrine is in question. But no, it's not absolutely necessary in the sense of like when Abraham understood Yahweh, his angel, and the Spirit. No.
So how do you describe a concept or believe in a concept or thing that you don't have the words to describe?
Because the referent is the same.
Yeah.
And the referent. Could you explain that more? What do you mean?
That there's a word and then the thing that the word refers to. The referent.
So like, I want to agree, but historically, I don't see how that would line up. So I'm thinking, for example, like Tertullian, right? He, gave the una substantia tres personae, which would become like standard in the Western tradition. But substantia, when translates into Greek, translates to hypostasis, right? And this led to certain controversies like the Dionysius controversy and others where people were accusing each other of heresy. So I think that would be evidence that actually just saying they have the same referent can't be proven unless the language actually is the same.
No. It's just simply you're confusing the referent with the meaning of the term in certain contexts. So because there's a debate later on about whether or not ousia and hypostasis has the same referent, which, by the way, it can. And after Nicaea, there was a group called the Old Nicenes who were confused and didn't like the idea about hypostasis referring to person and not to ousia, because at Nicaea, they talk about one hypostasis in God, right? Because hypostasis just meant instantiated nature. But as the theology and the terminology gets used and debated and becomes more and more precise, after the Cappadocians, hypostasis comes to mean the subject that has the nature. So there's a distinction between the two. But the concepts or the ideas can be there even if the terminology isn't there, because in the Old Testament you have the revelation that there's Yahweh, his angel messenger, and his spirit, and yet there's one Lord. So that's all you need for Trinity in the sense of the referent that you're referring to.
So again, there seems to be something just not adding up though with that, because I mean, take us for example. We also have a spirit, but we don't believe our spirit is a separate person than us. So to me, that's merely imposing later theological frameworks onto the text. As far as we know, within the biblical text.
Well, you're saying now, as far as we know. Well, I'm telling you, what I can go to ancient Jewish texts that recognize multiplicity in Yahweh. Does that not count?
You mean like during what period? You're to like intertestamental Jewish literature?
Yes, and post Second Temple Judaism as well.
Well, I mean, then I guess we'd sort of have a conversation on to what degree that becomes authoritative. I would.
Well, no, wait a minute. I don't have to. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be quote authoritative if I'm demonstrating that even at that time there was a normative Jewish interpretation that was not Unitarian. And I can.
No, I misunderstood you.
I can tell you. So, for example, when I debated Daniel Hakikachu, my first 15-minute opening statement was all the Jewish rabbinic sources that admitted and nowadays admit multiplicity in Yahweh, even in the intertestamental or in the post Second Temple period. So that shows that Judaism was not monolithic in some Unitarian position.
Okay, so I'm more concerned with the scripture, though.
Well, now wait a minute. Now you're moving the goalpost because you were more concerned with the pre-Nicene Church Fathers. Now you're more concerned with the scriptures. So which one is it?
Well, I'm not trying to move the goalpost. So would you agree that they're related?
Well, if you're more concerned now with what you were more concerned with something else that you were more concerned with 2 minutes ago, how is that not moving the goalpost?
Well, I mean, certainly there's some variance here because we're talking about something that changed over time. Even you guys are agreeing that the language developed, right? And so I'm coming from the position of, well, if the language developed and the language represents the belief, then how can you confidently say that people in the scriptures understood something that they don't have the words to describe?
No, they do. Again, it's different words describing the same referent in the Old Testament. Yahweh, his angel, and his spirit are mentioned dozens of times in the Old Testament. I have multiple lectures through these texts.
Yeah, but an angel is also a class of spiritual being.
No, it's not. So you don't even understand. No, you don't even. No, it just means messenger. It could be an uncreated messenger, which in Exodus is said to. When God says, "I will send him into the land before you. My name Yahweh is in him." Let me finish. You better obey him because he won't pardon your sins. Creatures can't pardon sins. Only God can pardon sins. So the angel messenger is Yahweh. You see?
Okay, so two things. Number one, I'd say that's a fallacy of etymology. Just because the etymology of the word means to sin does not mean that the word always means messenger. In fact, the reason why
Are you listening to what I said? Did you hear what I said?
Of course I did.
What
Jay,
did I
can you
say?
please
What
let
did
me
I
finish?
argue in Exodus 23?
Well, first you argued that the word angel just means messenger.
Correct.
Okay, and then you argued that a creature cannot forgive sins. Okay, so I'm addressing.
I'm
this.
talking
Number
about
one,
Exodus
that's a
23.
fallacy.
You're ignoring the argument I made from Exodus 23. It's no fallacy here.
Okay, does the word angel always mean messenger?
It is always a messenger, and that could be a created or an uncreated messenger.
Okay, see, I agree with that. That's not what you said originally.
No,
you
it is
just
what I
means
said. I made this.
messenger. You said it just means messenger.
Yeah, the word itself just means messenger, which means it could be created or uncreated.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's really important because at the moment that we're talking about the divine messengers, that's when we're talking about a different class of spiritual being.
Okay, in Exodus 23, Yahweh's name is in this angel, Yahweh, and he pardons sins. That's Jesus. Jesus is the second person of the Godhead in Exodus 23. It's the same entity speaking out of the burning bush in Exodus 3.
Okay, so you didn't address my point about it being a fallacy of etymology, but I'll address that.
How is it? What are you even talking about?
About the word angel. Now, I'll address that. So,
how is it a fallacy?
It's a fallacy because the word angel just doesn't mean a messenger.
Yes, it does.
Angel, the word angel carries with it an ontological distinction that separates it from human messengers. It's a divine
it doesn't.
Messenger.
No, it doesn't. The same term can be used for also human messengers. So you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. The way it's used can imply a distinct ontology. That's why they use angel instead of just the word messenger in the English Bible.
No, sometimes you don't know what you're talking about because sometimes it's just the messenger of the covenant or the angel of the covenant. It's the same word.
I agree. I'm not saying it's not the same word. What I'm saying is that translators also acknowledged that some of these messengers carried a unique ontology. They were divine, right? They weren't human messengers. And so they render it in English as angel instead of just messenger.
So in Exodus 23, the context is going to tell us whether it's a created or an uncreated being. And in Exodus 23, it's the name of Yahweh that this angel messenger possesses. Therefore, if he forgives sins, it's the Son of God.
Okay, so that's what I was going to address next. So if creatures cannot mediate forgiveness, then why did Jesus give the apostles the ability to forgive sins?
No, it doesn't say mediate forgiveness. It says forgive sins. Jesus gives the apostles the ability to forgive sins through Jesus working in them.
That's correct, and that's the same way that an angel could forgive sins.
No, it's not, because it's not just.
Why not? Why not?
Because the angel's called Yahweh, you idiot.
Okay, so Jesus also came in the name of the Father, and he gave power to the
but Jesus is Yahweh.
23
Jesus is Yahweh. The apostles are not Yahweh.
Okay, so now I'm going to give you the same thing. You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost. God is a Trinity.
Jay, you said a creature can't forgive sins, and I'm proving to you in John chapter 20.
Creatures don't forgive sins on their own in their created nature. It's only God that forgives sins. And the reason that I know it's God is because it's Yahweh by name. Yahweh, do creatures have the name Yahweh?
They could bear, the name Yahweh, like
Where?
the angel of the Lord. Yeah, it says that God made an angel that bore
Where
his
does
name.
this say that it's a creature?
It's implied throughout the scriptures.
No, it's not. It's not. Where is it implied?
Many examples.
Where in this text, if it's the being speaking out of the bush in Exodus 3, is this a creature?
Exodus 3 is not going to directly say this is a created being. No, but I'm
Where do any of the texts identify the angel of the Lord who is called Yahweh a creature?
Okay, listen.
Name one. Give a text.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right now. I just told you I could give you a bunch. Okay.
Give one.
Okay, great. Just be patient. All right. So I'm thinking of Hebrews 1. You have made him a little lower than the angels.
Are you serious?
Let me look this up.
Hebrews 1 is the end of your whole argumentation.
Okay, so it's Hebrews chapter 2:7. So it says, you, speaking of God, have made him.
Go to Hebrews 1.
lower.
It's the same. It's the same referent, the Son. What's Hebrews 1 about?
In this case, it's talking about why really Jesus' role as a priest is greater than the angels.
Because he did what?
Oh, but because God exalted him after.
No, because he did what?
Obedience. Oh, because he suffered and died. He
did what? Did he create?
Yeah, that's a part of it. God created the world.
No. Did Jesus create the angels is the argument.
Did Jesus create the angels? I mean, I would say, like the person, the human.
In
Jesus,
Hebrews 1, does he make the argument that Jesus is superior to the angels because he's the creator of the angels?
No.
Yes. Have you not read Hebrews 1?
Of course.
You laid the foundations of the earth. Now, why are you going to 2 when it's talking about Jesus creating and being the creator?
Listen, we can absolutely.
Okay, so you're not going to go to Hebrews 1.
No, of course I will. But I brought up Hebrews 2, right? I brought up.
Why are you going to Hebrews 2? You first said Hebrews 1.
Okay, John. Excuse me.
I'm about to boot you if you don't stop changing. You can't just go to Hebrews 2 without the argumentation of Hebrews 1 because chapter 2 follows the logic of Hebrews 1. Hebrews 1 says, to the Son, he says, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. And you, the Son, laid the foundations of the earth. The Son is the creator of the angel and of the world and is the eternal God. That refutes you heretic.
Okay, so, all right, I'll just go to that. I only brought up Hebrews 2 because I was trying to answer that first question.
Does Hebrews 1 say that the Son created the angels and is the eternal God?
Yeah, I'll answer. Thanks, Jay. So obviously Hebrews 1:8 is quoting Psalm 45, where the word for God is being used for a human king. And so Hebrews is actually excellently quoting the word theos in Greek, referencing Elohim in Hebrew, for a human king.
To the Son, he says, your throne, O God, is eternal and forever. The Son is God. And the Son in verse 10 created the world and the angels.
Absolutely. In the divine.
You said earlier that he didn't.
Okay, listen, let's stick with
Did the Son create the world?
He is the Logos.
Did the Son create the world?
As God's word, the answer is yes.
Is God's word not God?
Are you your word?
Is God's word not God?
I'm not in
Don't too quote me.
No.
Okay, so there's different gods. You're a polytheist. How many gods are there?
No, that's a formal distinction, Jay. Come on, you know that, please.
In John 1, is the Son called God?
Now we're in John 1. Yes, it is. Yes, he is.
Okay, so you believe in multiple gods?
No, I don't. Jay,
you just said the Son is called God.
Okay, please let me finish. The word God in both Greek and Hebrew has a semantic range which can be used for human beings and angels.
So now the word God is multiple. It can be used for different types. But the deity in John 1, the deity in John 1 is the same deity that the Father possesses.
Well, there's a lot of things going on there in John 1.
What does that have to do with this point?
Oh, well, because you just brought up John 1:1. Like, we can...
There's a lot of things going on. What does that have to do with this? Is the deity in John 1... Where do you get levels of deity in John 1?
I don't have levels of deity.
You just literally said that he's not identical to the Father in terms of deity.
No, what I'm claiming is that a human being could be called God. That's what I'm saying.
So a human being was at the beginning of the world creating the world?
Okay, now this is changing, all right? The reason
it's not changing, it's just showing how stupid your argument is. In John 1, the Son is... I'm about to... All right, you're done.
All right, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
John 1, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That's the Son. It identifies the Word as the one that became flesh. Hebrews 1 says that the Son is superior to the angels because he is the creator. That was the stupidest argumentation I've heard, and it's just unreal. Like, people have a really hard time with words. It's so weird. Even that debate with that idiot feminist, people can't understand words and different references. Jake?
Hi. Hey, I just kind of had a quick question, one for Jay and kind of one more for Father Deacon.
He's gone. What's your question?
Oh, damn. Well, I was wondering if you're going to be up to the Pacific Northwest ever. I know you're down in the South, but
Not anytime soon. What's up?
Well, I'm hoping to make it in Montanica, so that's what I was hoping for Father Deacon, but I'm kind of like, it's just looking for some quick advice, you know, because I'm Orthodox, but it's not a catechumen question, but I've moved around a lot, you know, because of work, and I'm kind of like encountering like the struggle of like finding the new church that seems to be kind of a little more liberal, and if I should let those things go or not, you know, like the pews in the church, it kind of really bothers me, and I don't know if I should get over that, but the same church has like female readers, you know, reading the epistle.
Yeah, I would say those are bad signs. Maybe try to find another one. Chris? That was so stupid. So is that guy a Mormon? I was trying to figure out where. So this is how. No wonder he was arguing that way, because Mormons think that God the Father was a man who became God. That's no wonder that was so stupid. Is he Mormon? What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Jay? I just wanted to say congratulations on all of these podcasts that you've been going on. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, you're welcome. And the second thing that I thought was really interesting, I was listening to you debate that girl, I don't know, on the whatever podcast.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's so funny because, you know, everybody always makes that they say, oh, you're so mean. Jay is so mean. And I heard that girl, when you were just using basic philosophy, then they come in and then when they don't understand the basic philosophy, then they say, oh, you're weaponizing chatter. You're weaponizing chatter. And I just think that's so funny because all these like libertarian people and like all these cryptographers and all this garbage, anytime you talk to them, they're always the first to say, oh, I love philosophy and I'm so into philosophy and psychology and all these ologies and stuff. And then once you use basic philosophy, you're being mean and you're weaponizing chatter.
Yeah, I don't even think she knows what that means. I mean, as Father Deacon said, like it's totally not what was meant by Heidegger on chatter. By the way, I looked up that guy's channel. He's an Aryan Judaizer, so he's like a Bryson Gray person. Crimson.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, hey, Jay. I'm kind of new here. I'm kind of dumb. I was just going to ask, what's your top 5 saints?
I mean, it would probably be the church's theologians. It would probably be like St. Photius and, you know, some of the theologians, St. Athanasius, that kind of stuff. Noah, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up? I just had a quick question. So I'm a new catechumen. Before that, I was Protestant, and before that, I was Mormon. And I was just reading some of the early church fathers on, like, icons and stuff. And I was going through, and I found Clement of Alexandria's writing, and I think...
Clement and what? Are you there? You cut out. Try to come back in. Come out, come back in. Orthodox, what's up? I'm pretty tired from all the podcasting and traveling. So we didn't fly, we drove. So I'm kind of like, Orthodox, you gotta unmute. What's up?
Hey Jay, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Real quick, are you interested in doing like a game review of the new Modern Warfare Call of Duty games? Because I think there's a lot of psyops and stuff in there.
I don't know if I have enough time to, and also problem is that I took a year off of video games, so I'm fasting from all video games for a year. So maybe next year I'll consider it. Patrick? You gotta unmute.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys got anything funny to say? Like, I haven't heard anything funny from you, Dyer. Like, do you want to bash on Jews?
Do I have anything funny? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like, do you want to bash on Jews or like?
Are you drunk right now, or only what? Is that the only thing that's? Is that the only thing that's funny?
Right now, honestly, on behalf of Andrew England, is Nick Fuentes.
The what?
Who I want to shit on behalf of England is Nick Fuentes.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about today.
Oh yeah, I know. Are you like a fan?
Noah, you want to try again? I mean, literally listed the subjects.
Hey, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what happened there with my connection. But I was saying with Clement, and I think it was Tertullian, they speak pretty harshly against images. And I was just wondering, like, if this is what the belief of the Orthodox Church is, then why wasn't it necessarily, like, more universal?
Well, those two people are heretics, so what do you mean?
Okay, I didn't know Clement was.
Yeah, he's a heretic.
I thought they were both.
No, he's not accepted as, he's not a saint in the Orthodox Church, nor is Tertullian.
Okay, so whenever it's like a heretic, they're just basically, we just don't follow after.
Well, I mean, they might have relevant historical data because they're, ancient writers, and so we can learn from them. We can still read Tertullian and see, what the attitude of the church was at that time, but their opinions on theology don't really matter. But if you're looking for a book on iconography, I would say read the Hugh Wybrew book, Byzantine Liturgy, read Michael Garton's book on ancient iconography, or you could read On the Holy Icons by St. Theodore the Studite.
Okay, and then I have one more question, if that was okay. So I know one of your arguments against the Protestant view of the canon is the whole sense of how can it be an infallible book made up of fallible books or something along those lines?
That's their claim. Their claim is that it's a fallible collection of infallible books.
Right, but wouldn't that same kind of idea apply to the councils of it being made up of fallible men making infallible decisions?
No, it has more so to do with the number one, just the proposition itself. If you're a Protestant, the proposition itself is incoherent. They should at least be able to say that if the totality is fallible, then the parts are fallible.
You mean if the totality is infallible, then the parts are infallible?
Yes.
Okay.
I missed it.
So
I'm getting tired, so.
It's all good, yeah. I know it's like.
So we don't have to go into Orthodox position. We can just say that on its face, if I say that this whole thing is fallible, but all the parts are infallible, I don't think that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
And separate from that, it's not that the church fathers have to be individually infallible. It's that the decisions of the councils are normative and binding. And in the Protestant world, there is no normativity. There's no one that can bind you to that canonical list. That's why Luther could come along and say, "Well, I have a different canon. I'm gonna come up with my own canon of Scripture."
Right. So then, is it wrong to say that the councils are infallible, or is that still like?
No, I think that there's nothing inconsistent with saying that the councils can produce infallible statements without the men themselves being infallible individually, because we think that collectively they express the infallible mind of Christ.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No, it's a good question. It's a fair question.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think through if they could come up with a proposition for the councils that would be the equivalent statement. It's a Tin Man, $10. Good job on whatever. You and Jim Bob in person made that show funny, or made that show, I should say. I could only imagine you and Jim Bob live with Andrew against a panel of destinies. Ugh. Don't. That would be torture. These nuts, $2. What do you think of Dollar General beef? I don't eat anything from the Dollar General store, if that's what you're asking. AJ, $5. What do you think about the Shroud of Turin? I am neutral. Don't have any set positions. Glitchy Rhythm, $2. Good night to you, Father Deacon and Jay. Everybody's just assuming that because I'm getting tired, it's over? I don't know. I mean, if you guys keep super chatting, I'll keep going. So, we had some pretty high level dumb. I thought we'd get more Mormons. Did we even get? We got one. I thought we'd get some more Mormons than that, but we had some pretty high level dum-dums tonight. It was testing my patience tonight. I'll tell you that much. Modern. What's up, modern apostate? Somebody said, was inspiring philosophy talking crap against you? Well, he's welcome to come. We can set up a debate if he wants to on the issue of Western intelligence funding for ISIS and Al-Qaeda. If that was a more recent stream or if that was an old stream, I don't know. Now, I would actually like, somebody said that Ben Shapiro said he wants to have a conversation, but I don't know if they're joking or if that's real. But somebody claimed that was in the Streamlabs. What's up, man?
Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I got a question about, you mentioned the old Nicaeans. Just wanted, do you have any recommendations on books related to like the Millennian Schism? Because that's kind of what got me questioning Roman Catholicism and going down the path of Orthodoxy, just because it's obvious that there's like a schism with Rome, and the Second Ecumenical Council doesn't see a need to be in union.
Right. I don't know of one single book on that. I've only seen it mentioned like in the Denny book and the Gattei book and kind of those older critiques of the papacy. I'm not aware of there probably is some, academic text that's the text on the Milesian Schism, but I don't know what it is.
Got it. And then similarly, I was kind of speculating, just thinking about in Roman Catholicism, like in their theology, can there really be a distinction between a schismatic and a heretic? Because for one to be a schismatic, they would have to reject the papal doctrines. Like that would be the only leg they could stand on.
Well, schism is more so dividing yourself from the church. So you could conceivably even believe all the papal doctrines and just not be in communion with the papacy, like, for example, the SSPX. So you could be SSPX and technically say that you believe all the doctrines, but you're in schism.
I mean, wouldn't that just be inconsistent, though?
Well, what I'm saying is the difference between a schismatic and a heretic.
Yeah, but practically speaking, if you are disobedient to the Pope, I guess you could say you believe in the papal doctrines, but wouldn't that just be kind of an inconsistent position?
Oh yeah, no, I think it's definitely inconsistent. Okay. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that a SSPX person could conceivably just say, "Well, I'm not a heretic," because a heretic is a theological disagreement. Schism is a communion severing.
Yeah, I was just thinking thinking about modern day Catholicism, I really couldn't imagine something like the Milesian Schism happening. And then
the closest thing would be like the old Catholics.
Yeah. Okay.
Or the SSPX.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. The only other scenario I could think of was if there was like a contested papal election, then you could have something like that where they adhere to the same doctrine. But okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. No, good questions. So once I'm about to quit, here come all the people. We got a bunch of big super chats here. Austin Kyle, $5. Loved you on the podcast. I saw John Mulaney's Netflix show. He had a Yakub bit that you would get a kick out of. Oh man, I was gonna do a Yakub bit, so now I can't even my stand-up ideas. I'm too late. I guess I could do it different. Yakub skit. But now if I do a Yakub thing, they'll be like, oh, you got it from John Mulaney. Lula, $5. Great work as usual. Past few weeks have been awesome. Hope traveling is fun. It's been challenging. We got food poisoning in San Diego. So UKD Mandem, $1. I'm not going to read that one, but thank you. Anonymous, $100. I want to show support in a real way. Orthodoxy continues to humble me. Biggest super chat of the night, $200. Anonymous, thank you so much. By God's grace, you will continue to bring people to the true faith. May God grant you many years and continue to bless your endeavors. Much love. Hey, thank you so much, man. You guys pay the bills. Jacob Ringelstein, $5. When Erudite pushed on GDP being the highest good, she fell on functionality and human flourishing as the most preferable state, being axiomatic due to what she said was divine command theory. But if God is a relativist, how are there axioms? Exactly. Is this a contradiction? Yeah. Marcy Lynn, $10. Where can I find your latest debates? On YouTube or my website. I've been on the road, so we haven't updated the website in a few days. But, the last debate was whatever. There was going to be a debate with Ridvan that fell through. So I don't have any known. Oh, no, I'll take that back. Next debate is Timcast. Me versus Tim Gordon and Lower Lodge for Protestantism. That will be in a few weeks. CJ, I'm making my way through your geopolitical books that you recommend. What should I read first? Committee of 300, Full Spectrum Dominance, Tragedy. No, do not jump into Tragedy and Hope. I would say Full Spectrum Dominance is a good start, and then go for Tragedy and Hope. I read a lot, so the length is not big. Yeah, but Tragedy and Hope is probably one of the most difficult because it's going to put you to sleep a lot. But I finished that 1,300-page thing is something I'll always be proud of. It's an accomplishment. I know very few people who've actually read the entire thing, but if you can, go for it. And then after that, you want to read Quigley's Anglo-American Establishment, which is just as important, but shorter. I would actually say read Full Spectrum Dominance and then read Anglo-American Establishment before you read Tragedy and Hope. Committee of 300, it's okay. I mean, are you talking to... Coleman's book is kind of conspiratorial. I would say you might even want to read like Patrick Wood's trilogy on the CFR, maybe. It's a little less conspiratorial. Although I think basically Coleman is correct. Marcy Lynn, $10. What debate did the caller say Jay's view of Orthodox salvation scared him? It's talking about the Ruslan debate, which is not out publicly. It's on his Patreon. And I don't know when Ruslan's going to make it public. Marcy Lynn asked the same question. We can see we got some more super chats here. Have you considered doing a debate against anti-Nicene Christians? I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of it. Armor Orthodoxy, $5. What are your thoughts on them? I mean, this sounds like some kind of Aryan thing. I mean, the guy that called in was a... what was he? He's like Bryson Gray. He said he's a Torah observant anti-Trinitarian. So he's Bryson Gray. Edward, the white version. Edward Trotter, $20. Is there a story behind your logo of the flamingo and the palm tree? Nope, just beach in Florida, man. That's it. Movie Palace, $15. This is off topic. What do you think is the best argument against Stoicism from an eternal critique or a skeptical view? What's the best argument against Stoicism from a skeptic view? I don't understand that question, but I did do an internal critique of Stoicism. If you watch my old lecture through Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. So I think if you type in, I think it'll still come up. This is an old one, probably 8 years ago. Yeah, right here. What did I say? 8 years ago. That's crazy. And I'm pretty sure I remember doing an internal critique here. Well, we had a whole bunch of people and they all dropped off. I don't know why they dropped off. Athanasius. What's up, Athanasius? You got on mute.
Oh, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just had this one question, and I wanted you to weigh on it if that's okay. And it's about kind of like infant baptism. And I'm not trying to sound like an Anabaptist here or anything, but I've noticed, and a lot of my Orthodox friends have noticed, and you might have even noticed too, that like there's something kind of to it where it's like when there's a lot of like cradles, it seems like they're kind of just like more nominal with Orthodoxy, but then it looks like there's a trend where converts are like kind of actually like, you know, practicing what they preach when it comes to Orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like when you don't get catechized and you're just like kind of born into it as a baby, like, and this coming from me who like grew up in a Greek Orthodox cradle parish, and then I transferred to like a mostly convert parish, and I saw like a 180-degree difference. So I don't know if it's baptism. I mean, maybe baptism, we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but maybe you should like baptize people at birth, like later be catechized or something, or I don't know if you had an opinion on that issue.
No, I mean, I think that the way that, you know, the church's tradition is set up makes sense. Jesus says, let the children come unto me, and the church has always baptized infants. So I wouldn't say we should get rid of that because of converts, you know, operating in some more zealous way. What's up, man? God has always included the children of his people in his covenant. What's up, young something? Young boomer?
Yo, what's good, man?
What's on your mind?
I'm a Protestant. I just want to ask you, what is the like Orthodox view on salvation?
Salvation begins at baptism. It's a process throughout your life, and it's a eschatological reality in the resurrection. So it's all three.
So like, but can you go through that again? I kind of went a little fast.
Salvation begins at your baptism when you're first repenting and coming into the church. It's a process, and it's an eschatological reality in the resurrection.
Okay, so would you reject like the once saved, always saved, like faith alone kind of thing?
Yes.
Why? Why would you?
Because there's countless passages in the New Testament that warn about falling away, apostasy, leaving the faith, denying Christ, and countless passages that talk about sanctification also being the same as justification.
What would you say to like Matthew like 7:21 when it's talking about like people who trusted in their works instead of Christ, and like the will of the Father being to only believe on Christ alone and not really of works?
Where does Matthew 7 say to the will of the Father is to believe in Christ alone?
Matthew 7, 21. Right, so I think it's a couple verses down. I can pull it up. Hold on one second.
Therefore, whoever hears these sayings of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. That one?
No, like where it says like not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
Oh, I see. But that proves my point. But he who does the will, that means you have to do works.
Yeah, but what is the will of the Father? Is that outlined in Scripture?
Yeah, it's all the teachings of Christ. If you love me, keep my commandments.
What about John 6:40 when Jesus lays out the will of the Father as to believe on the Son?
And what about when he says that this is the work of God, that you believe on him whom he has sent? So is faith a work?
The work of God, yeah.
But it's something that you do, right?
I mean, I wouldn't really say that it's like the same thing as like works that are profitable unto men, but like unto God, like faith is not like a tangible thing, you know? If I give out like a $10 bill to like a homeless person, I would consider that like a work, you know?
Well, I mean, isn't something that's repentance, isn't that an internal work? When you say tangible, I mean, like It's not just in your mind. It's also in your heart and your mind. There can be internal works as well, just like evil can be an internal work. Can you pray in your mind?
Yeah, but I wouldn't really consider that a work. Like, if it,
What do you mean?
did the Pharisees,
Why is it not?
Because, like, did the Pharisees criticize Jesus for, like, doing good works on the Sabbath? And,
what?
In the sense that,
this
like,
is the work of God, that you believe on him whom he has sent. So faith is a work.
Yeah, the work of God, not of, like, man.
This is the work of God that you believe. So you have a role in that. It's a synergy. I mean, Paul calls himself a co-worker with Christ.
What about?
Are we co-workers?
I don't think so, because I think that it's Ephesians 2:8 verses 8 through 9. It is the gift of God.
Yeah, but that's not. That doesn't contradict being a co-operator and a co-worker with Christ. Paul says, "I am a co-worker with Christ." You don't believe that?
I mean, it depends on what your interpretation of, like,
yeah,
a
and
co-worker
the thing is,
is.
all of the verses have to be harmonized. You can't pick the ones that back up Protestantism. They all have to work together. So there's some way in which faith is a gift and something that we synergize and cooperate with. That's my position. It's both. It's not either or.
So what is the context of Paul saying that he's a co-worker with Christ?
He's talking about his labors, his apostolic labors. He says also that it's God working in me, but also I'm the one who works. It's a both and not an either or.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay, well then you have to have faith. So that's my point from the beginning. The faith that is a gift is also a work that we do. It's both and.
Well, I believe that the works come after, because we do it because we love God, but not to be saved.
Jesus says this is the work of God that you believe. So the faith is a work, and you're just saying it's not.
I'm saying it's not a work in the sense that you have to, like, go and, like, physically do things, like good physical deeds. Like,
okay, let's just make this really simple. Paul says that the only type of faith that counts is what? Faith working through what?
I'm not sure, actually.
Faith that worketh through love, Paul says.
Love, okay. Yeah.
So that's the only one that counts. The faith that is working through love, that's it.
For sure, yeah, I agree.
Okay, then it's not just a mental notional act.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by it's just not a mental notion?
You're the one that said it's not tactile, it's just something that's in your mind or something, right? And I'm saying, no, it's faith that worketh through love is the only one that counts. There is no other kind of faith.
Yeah, I believe that, I agree. I believe that you can, like, do good works because of your faith. Like, faith
is a good work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. All of the good works are also works of God in us by grace, but that doesn't mean that you don't cooperate with them. It's a both and not an either or. So in Galatians 5, Paul says, "For in Christ, being circumcised or being uncircumcised doesn't matter, but faith working through love." The only faith that counts is the one working through love.
All right, so do you believe that, like, Orthodox and, like, you know, people in your church
so you're just changing the subject.
Well, no, I'm not changing the subject. I mean, we can keep going on the subject. I'm just trying to, like, get down to the fact that, like, the Orthodox, like, they believe that, you know, they are being saved and that they are not, like, justified upon faith.
Correct.
Okay, if that is the case, then why does Jesus say, you know, they shall never pluck me away? They shall never pluck me out of my Father's hand or whatever.
Yeah, he's talking about that at the end, all of those who persevere to the end, his true believers, they will all be there, all the true children. The ones that fall away from that end times omniscient vantage point, they may have been sons of God for a while, but they were not ultimately sons of God. So some people will fall away, which proves that once saved, always saved isn't true, right? Jesus says in the parable of the sower that some of the seeds spring up to new life and then wither away at the sun and the heat and the cares of the world. So how do you have new life and die if you can't fall away and there's once saved, always saved?
That's interesting. I never really thought about it. Yeah, I don't know. You make a good point. I'm not really like fully like. I'm not fully like you know, knowledgeable on like the Orthodox view and stuff. But from what I've read, I believe that that like faith alone is the definitive way to be saved, in my opinion.
Okay, where in the New Testament do you see the idea of justification by faith alone taught?
James 2:23, and the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, Abraham believed God, it was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. And, you know, Romans 4:5.
Okay, but what does verse 24 say?
I don't know.
You just quoted it, James 2. What does verse 24 say?
I don't know. I kind of took that. I kind of quote mine that, if I'm being honest.
Right, but it's another quote mine that works in my favor, because it says, "Do you see that faith was working with his works, and by works faith is perfected? Scripture is fulfilled. Abraham believed God, and it was accounted him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. You see that a man is justified by works and not faith alone." So that's the opposite of what you said.
Okay. Yeah, but like justified by works and not faith alone. But like, aren't his works profitable only unto men? Because our works are like a filthy rag.
I don't even know what that means. Profitable only unto men. I don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't James talk about faith that is profitable versus faith that is not profitable?
Yeah, so he talks about dead faith, which is faith without works. So the faith that isn't working through love. So Paul and James are teaching the same thing.
In what sense? Like, because when I read that verse, the idea that I got was that like faith that wasn't profitable was like someone who was like, I think the example is like someone who was hungry and you don't give them like food or whatever.
Yeah, not doing good works. Yeah, dead faith. Dead faith can't save you. Sola fide is false, right? Literally, I'm not trying to be rude, but it literally says that a man is justified by works and not by faith alone. So anyway, thank you for your questions. Going to move on. Fledgling. Got to unmute.
Hey, and don't forget, good conversation, brothers, Christian brothers. Don't forget Romans 13:7. When it comes to our conduct, faith without works is dead. All that conversation, I'm just going to continue it with a punch. Biblically speaking, Romans 13:7. Give all to them their due. If they deserve honor, we have to give them honor. If they deserve respect, we have to give them respect.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't, our conduct will incriminate ourselves. And that particularly pertains to the treasonous American government today. I'm out.
All right, thank you. Next up is Russell. What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? I just came to this space. You guys were just talking about religion in general, or what?
Yeah, anything to do with Catholicism, feminism, Libertarianism, Protestantism, Mormonism.
Well, how do you like the new Pope, or do you like him?
I don't like any of the popes.
Oh, are you Orthodox?
Mm-hmm.
Eastern Orthodox?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, why do you just think like a Pope is unnecessary?
Well, I mean, it would be nice if he had the role that he used to have as the Patriarch of the West, but it's turned into some sort of demigod thing where he thinks he's the arbiter of reality, basically. So it's also a criminal organization.
Wow, criminal? Oh, because of when they collaborated with the Nazis? Like that?
More so when they collaborated with the CIA, you know.
Yeah, that is troubling.
What else on your mind?
much. I basically was the one where you debating a Mormon, because my friend became a Mormon. I don't really have anything per se against Mormons. I just don't.
Yeah, well, I think I appreciate your question. I think Mormonism was a crazy cult. We had a Mormon in here debating earlier, but Squirrel, what's up? Squirrel, you got to unmute.
Sorry, yeah, I was stepped away from the phone. How you going, mate?
Good, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to touch base on the conversation you were just having about the faith alone. I heard a great quote that is, faith without works is illusion, and works without faith is idolatry. And I feel like that kind of explains it. And you see that with the faith alone people. Mm-hmm. They just say, oh, I've got faith, so I don't have to do anything. Opposed to the, what you kind of notice with like the modern day Jews when they're doing like finding loopholes to get around all the instructions that they're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. It kind of shows the dichotomy between the two.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. Cholo Mexicano, $10. When arguing with those that oppose the truth, you need to sanctify your right hand. I don't know what that means. Look at St. John. Say what?
Sorry to interrupt. Okay. I just was going to say, I was raised Pentecostal, and I'm currently a catechumen now. Oh, and I got to say, it's tough. It's actually tough talking to my family because my father is still, this is a oneness, United Pentecostal. So he doesn't even believe in the Trinity.
Right. Yeah, that is tough.
Yeah, but I just got done reading the On the Incarnation, and it's like, man, the Protestants, they don't have any of this, hey. And it's just talk about the fullness of the faith. But that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for your time. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Good questions and comments. Andrew Zhang, $2. Jay, I bought your Instagram sub thing. Oh, I didn't even know that was on, man. I apologize. I'll try to put some stuff on there, but I've never even put stuff on there. What is your ranking on people you want to debate? I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to debate. I guess Shapiro, O'Connor, whatever. But honestly, I'm just kind of tired of debating. I don't mind doing it, but I'm at the point where I'm debating like crazy chicks on whatever, dude. So, St. John Chrysostom, pray for us. Cholo Mexicano. Let's see if I can get the screen to come back. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Is that the last of the... I think that was the last Super Chats. All right, thank you guys. Last one, Inquirer. And then we're going to call it a night.
Yo.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yo, I can refute orthodoxy in 5 words. You ready? Mm-hmm. The bacon is now solid.
It's over. We got to follow the Mahdi.
Roman Abdulian, brother.
Yeah, man. Thank you. You too, dude. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. The bacon is now solid. All right, then we got another super chat from, let's see. Boris Johnson, $3. I was arguing laws of logic with an atheist. He said that they can exist as platonic objects and not a reflection of the mind. Is there any merit to this view? Well, he can say that, but he's going to be beset by the problems of Platonism and Neoplatonism. And I just did the Clips channel, maybe it was Dyer Clips, just put up a critique of Platonism.